Hello. It is time to investigate. So I never looked at how Vorbis is supposed to be used, but I did just have like a general idea. So there's a part of it. These APIs are designed that you don't know anything about what you're doing, I guess. You just call their functions with the parameters and that's all you know. So one possibility is that this should be made, okay. One possibility. Somehow I do it so that these functions are all called exactly once, And this is copied. I'm assuming that it's not... Good, okay. I was hoping these weren't just pointers, because if they were, then I'd have a problem. I don't know. I want to find a way, I want to spend more time thinking if there's a in-engine way I can go about resolving this. Because I just won't believe that I have to wait a half second, or a half millisecond. In computer world, it may as well be like a half second. Before I can start playing a sound. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. One possibility is to have an individual stream player for literally everything. Every single sound. I could pre-mix the sounds. So when I call play, I pick from... I mean, okay, first of all, problem with that. It prevents me from changing things like volume and pitch and start offset. It does prevent me from changing that dynamically. Otherwise, I would have to create a whole list of like random values. So I would just blow out my memory like crazy. That doesn't seem right. So I think just because of that necessity, I can't do that at all. I have to tackle this from in engine, from out of engine, in the code. I have what is it? Vorbis info. I guess you look for codec. It's probably this, right? Oh, that's really nice. Okay, they have a void pointer, so... Well, I mean... It's a struct. I can copy a struct, which this is just a pointer. Hey, Yulia. Assuming this is not like an actual like byte array, and instead it's a pointer to some data, then I think we're good. Okay, this is... That's kind of a lot, gonna be honest. I'm not even sure what this means. So you'll fix this off stream? Yeah. I didn't look at it at all. I thought about it, and I was like, you know what would be nice if I could just, you know, do all the I'm assuming the processing is what's taking the most amount of time. And then copying the memory would not take very long. But probably also just looking at documentation for this may provide an ideal way to actually manage this stuff. So let's look at this synthesis in it. This takes the most time. Synthesis header in takes some time. That one is like kind of slow. This one's definitely like 10 times slower, so. Oh, this is too crazy right now. That's too crazy. That's just too much. Third party lib vorbis. Oh, is that all of it actually? Is there a DSP? Synthesis? What about here? Those are just the header files. So okay. So there's the function. Why does this look like Neon Cat? What is this? I instantly thought I was looking at like an ASCII art of Neon Cat. Okay. So we have this synthesis restart. Okay, so unfortunately at this stage I don't have any help with logging or timing. Recording? Don't do that. So I'm gonna look at I cannot type. Okay, that doesn't look like anything at all. Can we use spaces, please? What is the point of this? Why write like this? Why do they have a space here? You don't like this is actually the one place you didn't need a space. Jeez. So I'm assuming -1 ends up returning being true. If there's no backend state, if there's no VI, if there's no CI. Hey, Dylan. Okay. I need to find a readme, maybe? Copying? Who made this? Ziff. Okay. Do they have a... Do they have anything somewhere where they're like, here's all the stuff that we get. This is where we got Vorbis from. Sync with upstream 137. Okay. What's the upstream? Oh, cool. There it is. Vorbis file. Okay, so that might actually be example code. Nice. Documentation. Okay. How do I even use that? They got a website? Wait. That one? This is so bright. Okay. Initialize everything by calling those. Submit a chunk of audio data using Vorbis analysis buffer. Root. Block out. Destroy the structures. Okay, but what if I want to play it more than once? What if I want to play it more than once? Oh, that's encoding. I'm decoding. If you do not need to do anything more involved than just decoding the audio, the far simpler libvorbis interface. When reading the header packets in OGG stream, you can use Vorbis synthesis ID header to check whether a stream might be Vorbis. Initialize an info and a comment structure. Pass the first 3 packets from the stream to Vorbis synthesis header in. At this point, you can see comments and basic parameters of the Vorbis stream. Initialize a DSP state for decoding based on the parameters in info. Synthesis init. Yes, so this all happens for loading a file, right? Well, there are more packets to decode. Obtain decoded audio using Vorbis synthesis PCM out. As consumed using Vorbis synthesis read carries over to the next call. So essentially they say that all this has to be done once per stream, right? Vorbis synthesis. Block. And a packet. How do we reset? Actually, yeah, how do we reset? Should be submitted to state for decoder instance. I remember seeing this. Vorbis data playback, next packet. Vorbis data playback. Vorbis data instantiate playback. Vorbis data. Instantiate playback. What is this? May as well go and change the task. Why can't I see like what file I'm in? I mean, I see the name of the file, but I want to know like the path. Why is there just no path? There's a path here. There's no path. Literally, where am I? Audio stream. Modules Vorbis. A reference to a packet sequence. Wait a second. So this is the line that's slow. Streams, I stream instantiate playback. I hate C++, I'll be honest. I hate this header file stuff. It is so annoying. That's a stream. A stream playback is a reference to an audio stream playback. I'm calling stream instantiate playback, so I'm doing audio stream instantiate playback. This is the audio stream. This is the audio stream. Instantiate playback, which calls alloc vorbis. Vorbis stream, vorbis data. Those are all references. One sec. I'm back. So instantiate playback returns a reference to audio stream playback. We create one here. We initialize it. And then we call this alloc vorbis thing. So I feel like there's already an issue here. The issue is already that I'm doing this. Actually, the issue... Okay. I think the issue really starts all the way out here. Is this the actual issue? Because I get a stream, I set it to the stream, and then I call instantiate playback. Somewhere in here, we're doing initialization more than once when we should only be doing it once. Why do I have two of these files open? Is modified? What are you talking about? It's not modified. Are we serious? Save or discard? Okay. Apparently something's been modified here. Back? Hello, hello? Alright. Twitch disconnected for a minute there. Someone rebooted the servers. Should I not be using play stream? Like, maybe I'm just using something wrong. Wait, what? Audio stream randomizer picks a different audio stream from a list of streams each time it's played and applies random pitch and volume shifting. Like that funny. Guess how to play sound. What is this? Article outdated true. What is that? It's really funny. So how do I, like, how do you want me to play audio? How do you want me to play this? Nothing. I'm back. All right, here's what I think. The audio stream polyphonic. What can it do? There's one thing I could do where I can just use audio stream playback, and like I said, I can just have literally a million playbacks, and they all just restart each other. That sucks. Ideally, that's what polyphonic does, right? I can call play stream as many times as I want, and the data I provided is exactly the data it uses. It doesn't do anything else. And this one really sucks. This one really sucks. I'm gonna turn my heater back on. This room is weird. It very slowly gets warm, and then it's like too warm, and then I turn off my heater, and then it's cold in like a minute. Like it loses all of the heat very fast. Maybe I should set a temperature on it. I always set it to like low, then I turn it on and off manually. I'm just gonna put a temperature on it. Stream instantiate playback. So this effectively gets me a new stream. Instantiate playback. It returns to me this guy, which gives me a start, a stop, all of that. The one thing that stays the same, in fact, I guess I can look at it, is the references, the data, the sequence, the audio stream, sample playback. Which I guess is only here if is sample is turned on. So this alloc vorbis thing. What this does is it seems to... Okay, let me try to find like if I can actually locate what part of this is really slow. In block. We have VDS shared init. Whoops. Right here. Alright, this looks like the this looks like the part that's probably slow. It's a lot of code. I don't see a loop, though. There's a loop. Okay, allocations. So yeah, this is Yeah, that's a lot of allocation. So this must be all of the memory allocation. All of this is what's slow. Analysis side code, but directly related to blocking. It's here and not in analysis. This in it here is because some of it is shared. Okay. Okay. Synthesis restart. Looks like it just takes a state and then like resets it. If this returns 1, when does this return 1? If CI is null, I guess if nothing has been done, CI. If it fails, because this has to do the same thing no matter what. And it returns 1, which is an error. Okay. Okay, so essentially this should return 0. It looks like there's only one return at the very start, where it checks some like data. Turn 0 here. Where do we have this jump? Where would we do that? Go to abort books. Okay. If something fails, if this returns an error. Okay. So the intention of this one is to initialize a bunch of memory. And that's pretty much it. And then restart, which looks like it just sets it so that we're going to start from the beginning. So what would be nice is if instantiate playback instead were to, I think I've got it. So when I do this, I'm passing a stream, and I'm passing an audio stream, right? That's this. The audio stream is the whole loaded file, right? The whole loaded file. So I think what this could do is it could search to see if it has the same stream already. If it has a stream, and that stream, okay, this actually seems like it could be good. If it finds a match here, where the streams are the same, and we're done, this means it's done, right? If active is set, it's as active, and we could get it's a sample playback. Okay, so that's actually not the case. It's not a sample playback. So what it could do is it could search to see if the stream is already loaded. And if it is, it will use that one and probably call stream playback, which stream playback gets seek. So I could call stop and seek to 0, I guess. Let me see what that even does. Okay, seek is kind of crazy. Stop just sets active to false. Well, I could just call start. Ready. So yeah, I could just call set page number. Good old while true. Oh look, restart. So we're just gonna have 100 followers soon. Maybe not soon, but eventually. Probably about another week out from that. I have footstep sounds, by the way. Hello, Rydent Halo. Mr. Halo. These guys make sound too. The only issue, you can see it right here. I'm printing it out. 500 microseconds, 600 microseconds. Every time I play a sound, a half millisecond for every sound played. Yeah. That's so bad. So I'm looking at engine code to figure out how I can solve this. Because that's really bad. I'm playing like, it gets really bad as soon as I start playing like more than 10 sounds at once, which is often. Like if I'm shooting my gun into a crowd of zombies, every single one of those sounds playing is like literally cutting your frame rate like crazy. You're gonna record your own zombie sounds? I am. Yep. I will not be doing that, I think, on stream. If you want to do that, I will be happy as well. Have both of us do some zombie sounds. It's not uncompressing them, it's processing them. So when I no, it's initializing the memory. Sorry. Initializing the memory is really slow. I can point you exactly to where this happens. this method, VDS shared init, just initializes a memory. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess this is an if else, so 6 or 5. I'll start at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like 11 initializations happen here. So it's a lot of memory. There's also a mem set. Every single time I play a sound, I reinitialize all of this memory. Force load a few sounds. Yeah, that's the idea. But the way that polyphonic is written is kind of a bit dumb. I'm thinking I could probably save it just by checking if there's a stream that already has this loaded and is not playing. Then I can just reuse that stream. I don't have to do all this. I'd have to still set all of this, but this line, this instantiate playback, is the killer. I want to call that as little as possible. But there's also just the issue that I would like it if I could have one playback system. Just this audio stream has exactly one of these. And it can just like, if it really needs the new memory, it can copy it and create new memory. But then like keep a reference to that and like, okay, if we want to play it again and no one's using this one, then we'll give them that one. Yeah. It is, yeah. Literally every footstep reallocates like memory to contain the entire file, basically. Yeah, definitely audio can be done. Using Vorbis makes that really possible. Because it's like a kilobyte or something per sound. Let me even look. Okay, what's the size? Okay, apparently it's 12 kilobytes. But I mean, that's still, this can all be loaded into memory and stay in memory. Like I get like 1,000 of those, or I guess I get 100 of the sounds before I reach a megabyte. So I could have 100,000 sounds loaded for a gigabyte. So I can easily have literally every sound that I ever want to play loaded. But maybe this one manages its streams. Instantiate playback could... I mean, it literally keeps a reference counter. Wait, no, this one could literally just do it because we have a reference counter. Instantiate playback could literally just return, like, a preloaded value. Because it knows itself, right? This Vorbis stream is itself. Okay, here's my idea. Every time I ask for one... Okay, so first of all, audio stream polyphonic, right? This line clears the reference instantly, right? So I could say, maybe that doesn't work. Because technically the reference still exists here. All right, here's what would fix it. Actually, what would fix it? What do we do with stream playback? We call play, right? Or is it seek? You know what, maybe it's going to be an alloc vorbis instead. Maybe that's where I have to do the check. Because the reference still exists at this point. What would be ideal is I set this to null. That will destroy the reference. And then I can check within instantiate playback how many references I have. And if one has no references, then I return that one. Or I could just kind of do like a double load. So I always have like one on standby. So the first time I call instantiate playback, I create a new one and I return it. The second time I call instantiate playback, it's going to see the reference counter is currently 1, or at least something else is looking at it. So it has to make a new one and return that one. At that point, they pretty much swap places. And now this one has like 1 reference and this one has zero references. So now this one could be reused, which I guess is fine. Technically that guarantees at least one more loaded than I need. Which isn't that bad. I mean, yeah, it isn't that bad. +1 isn't that bad. That's like constant overhead, basically. But I could have something in alloc vorbis instead that holds the real counter. That handles that. So this would do like, this is where it would check a map to see if it's already loaded or something like that. Did Olmec say anything to you? I'll let him respond. Wow, Olmec. So alloc vorbis. Yeah, I feel like what alloc vorbis should do is it should be a static. Should it be static? Because it does set some of this stuff. I see you're still doing Godot's job. Yeah, I've already got an idea. This instantiate playback could basically keep an array of these guys and just hand it an unused one. I found the issue. This one. Alloc vorbis. It does a ton of memory allocations, and that's gotta be what is doing it. I've never seen so many allocs in a function before. I have never seen so many. So this must be it. All I know for sure is that this method, no. Where is it? This method, synthesis in it, takes 500 milliseconds. 500 microseconds. This is the one you guessed. Yep. I also told him about your raid. That you, the raid that you organized. I didn't raid you, she did. You basically raided me. Also, this one's a bit slow. They were happy to your string down his face. All right, I think my target here is to make Alok Vorbis do the magic. I think that's what I'm looking for. Vorbis data. How do I... Okay, now I need to know... How do I know who I am? Packet sequence. Is packet sequence the trick? Where's packet sequence? I just mentioned you. Show that you're a better dev than her. She asked me for your stream link. I didn't look at their stream yet. I should. I need to. Oh, here's packet sequence. What? Oh, Vorbis data is the packet sequence. Jeez. Okay, so this is a reference. So when I do Vorbis data, I get a reference to audio stream Vorbis. In theory, I should be able to use this reference. Wait, no. Wait, which one is it? Packet sequence is set to Vorbis data. Actually, I guess Vorbis stream. Never mind. Vorbis stream tells me who I am. So each stream could contain just copies of this that get reused. Audio stream Vorbis, which is this guy. So when I call Alok Vorbis, how do I... Oh. I'm assuming I can't just rely on like a mem move to ensure that the state is properly copied, because it could have pointers somewhere else. Those won't copy. Okay. So I think what I gotta do is when I call, yeah, it has to have it here, right? So technically it already knows who it is. So when I call instantiate playback, I could do something where I don't want the +1. Can I really not get rid of that? Okay, here's a crazy way that I could do it. I think I could use... No, because this contains reference, so I actually can't do that. I was going to say, I could stall this Alec Vorbis call to a move or a copy. So when I move, then I could say, all right, let's call it, or let's reuse it, right? If we're the same stream. Can't do that because we're actually wrapped in a ref, so. I don't want the +1 though. I really don't want that. Alright. I could technically dodge it, like I said, by doing this first. I would just do streams I. Stream playback. Stream playback is what? I could technically just like a set to null or something. Null pointer. That probably works. Did you see the KTX I sent you? I saw it. I haven't looked at it yet. DuckDuckGo was nice to me. So I could do that. That dodges a double, like the +1, at least in this case. Which, I mean, I think, to be honest, I'm probably only going to be using Stream Polyphonic. Even if I know for a fact I'm just going to be playing one sound out of it. So that will dodge that. So the reference counter for whatever this returned will be decremented. And then in instantiate playback, I essentially look to see if I have one of these guys with the Vorbis stream already pointing to myself. And if I do, then I say, all right, that's me, right? I just return that. So let's put it up here. Just right at the top. Actually, I'll be right back. Go to the bathroom. I'm back. Chair gaming. Alright, so my idea is I would basically have a map that checks these pointers. I guess I would ask it, I guess. Like if there's anything free that I can have. And then it would return essentially an empty reference if not, and a good reference if so. Actually, I'm curious. What can I do with ref? Can I like throw something in there? Or like how do they work? It's probably gonna be under core. Templates. Not templates unless I'm blind. Object. Ref counted probably, right? Okay, I don't think it's ref counted. Actually, why am I even like trying to figure that out? I can just scroll up to the top of this file. Variant. Okay. Ref is invariant? Template ref. Is this at the bottom? Is it in here? What is ref? What is it? There's ref. No way it's one of these things. Where they include this, but technically the reference is defined in some other place, and... Okay. So I search for class ref. Ref counted. Well, of course it would be here. Okay, so it takes a pointer to a template type, and it does what? That's it. Reinterpret. Oh, a ref holds a ref counted type. Ah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, whatever. Instantiate creates a ref. What? Refs a new type. Template type with those parameters. What about weak ref? What's a weak ref? A weak ref is a ref counted type that has an object ID of the ref. Okay, no, I get it. I get it. can I mess with the reference counter? I cannot. I mean, I could, because I can get the thing and then I can interpret it as a ref counted. And then I can mess with the reference counter. Or not mess with it, but at least get it. Okay. So what I do, I guess I would do this, right? I have a this. And whenever I, okay. So whenever I copy a ref, where's the move? Where's the equals operator? When I copy it, this is not a copy, this is a move. Wait, what? So it takes a reference, and we ref that one. Wait, which order does construction happen? Oh, geez. A Mega Ball super optimized top of the line texture format that modern games use. I tested on a 20 kilobyte, 200 kilobyte PNG and got a 1.3 at a 1.3 megabyte file. It's bigger than PNG but it's smaller on the GPU and way faster without adding any bottleneck. First of all, I don't believe GPT. I don't believe anything it says. Second of all, I think you gotta demonstrate an insane performance benefit from that. To like multiply the size of the file by 5. Smaller in the GPU? I don't think so. I think it's the exact same size. I think GPU textures are always larger than they are on CPU. Because they have to round up to a power of 2. Well, I mean, I guess they could be the exact same size, but they are never smaller. They're always either the same size or larger than whatever you gave it. But also, why not just use a 2 kilobyte PNG image? Why not just use an image that is actually 100 times smaller? Then you have a smaller download size, and your game is already going to run better because you're not doing a huge file. Well, I'm pretty sure they become like raw format. Most people don't have radio internet. What? I would rather have a texture that I can count the pixels on and the game plays than a texture that I can count the pixels on when I stand right next to it and it runs bad. So. So when we do a move, we set our reference and we return. If they're the same. If they're not, delete my reference. take it. Oh, no, I don't delete my reference. I drop a reference and I delete the other one. That's what this does. Okay. Wait, what is this? From a different type. From a different type, we cast it. Reference, wait, ref pointer and reference pointer. All right. Wait, what is reference pointer? Or, sorry, ref pointer. What's ref pointer? Private method. Bro's counting pixels instead of using OpenCV to do it for him. Yeah. If they're the same, we're done. Is this like, this is supposed to be like an initialization, right? Wait, ref pointer false. Bool init. If constant expression init, we do that, otherwise we make a reference. Okay, well, I do get the pointers, right? So I can say I have a ref, which contains a ref counted. So I can get just that and get the type. I get a pointer of it. Ref count. Oh, jeez. Okay, so I guess what I do is I search for I have a list, or I guess I have a map. Yeah, I would have a map that maps these guys, AudioStream Vorbis, to AudioStream Playback Vorbis, because they should be the same thing. A playback is always like specifically a container of data created only from one of those. So I can use just integer comparisons there. I can grab the pointer and use that as a key. And then these would contain just the base pointers. And the map does have to keep a reference of it. Actually, I guess the map can keep a weak reference. Should the map contain weak references? A weak ref. Okay, well, first of all, why is weak ref so small? How do I even use this? Wait, how do I actually use that? A weak ref can be created using weak ref. If the object is not a reference, weak ref still works, however it does not have any effect on the object. Weak refs are useful in cases where multiple classes have variables that refer to each other without weak refs. Since both references keep each other from being released. So I think the best thing to do is probably to have the map contain a weak reference. And then that allows me to drop this bit of thing that I do here. I can drop that because now we won't be creating a +1. There will technically only be one reference that exists. So I can, whoops, drop that. As long as the stream playback is just left in memory and not cleaned up. I guess let me find out. Do we clear a stream playback anywhere? Okay, stop calls unref, which can clear it. So if I don't call stop, then I'm good. Yeah, literally, as long as I don't call stop. Stop will unload it, which I feel like is fine. I feel like that kind of makes sense. Stop should probably unload it. Which I'm fine with every now and then taking the half second, I say half second again, the half millisecond to reload it all. But yeah, as long as I'm never calling stop, which I'm assuming stop is not called for me anytime. I do kind of have a problem with start. Calling start inherently clears everything because it calls stop. Ooh. Alright, let me do this though. So since I'm in this land, since I'm in Godot land, I could have basically just do a print here that's like creating stream and then like print out the pointer value. I could do that. Otherwise I can say like reusing stream and then print out the pointer value. So yeah, let's do weak refs. But I need to know how I make a weak ref here. So I guess I go to object because it says it's in global scope. Maybe I can just search for it. Godot sharp weak ref. Glue. Variant utility functions. Weak ref. So this one. Does no code ever use weak ref? I pass in the variant, which is it's an object. Call error. No. I'm missing something. This can't be it because this is reference. You can't have like a default reference. I mean, I guess you can. I mean, it looks like this is all where it is. We have rand f range, rand I, print error, all that stuff. So I guess that is the method. Does no one... Is there literally no code anywhere that uses weakref? Godot plugins uses weakref. That's kind of crazy to me. They don't use weakref. How do they not have one weakref? That's crazy. I feel like at some point they would have done that, right? Somewhere in their own code they have that. Also, how do I know if it's still valid? I guess getRef will just return null. Returns null if that object no longer exists. I guess so. Okay, so my thought is the map stores... Okay, first of all, I need to also know what do I have for maps. I don't think I need to look at this anymore. Let me look at templates. A hash map. Hash map. Can I use this? What is a class name? Class hash map. Does anyone else use this? Core object uses hash map. String name, signal that. Okay, cool. So I can just literally write that. It comes from... Where does hash map come from? Okay, literally just that. Yeah, so I need a map that leads to... Well, actually, I think I could just use a set, can't I? I don't need keys. I just need a set that contains... Nope, it does need to be a map. It contains a weak ref to the audio stream, which maps to... Okay, here's the problem. If the key is a weak ref, how do I hash that? So as I'm going to be making, like, I guess it's not technically a memory leak because it's just existing forever, but if I start creating audio streams and I'm not hashing the keys correctly, or I'm not doing it right, then if I have any code anywhere that's making an audio stream frequently, I'm just going to keep adding to this list and it's never going to get smaller. Or I guess, not that it gets smaller, but it will grow to an unbounded size. It needs to be that when I make these keys, that this audio stream Vorbis, when it's gone, I can drop it from my map. When no one else is using this, I drop it from the map. All right, here's what I could do. I could keep just an array of weak refs and treat that as my keys. Treat that as my the source of truth as to whether or not any of these are valid. And I can go through that and I can check any of them that I find are null. Oh, man. Okay, here's what I can do. Do I need 2 maps? Because this needs to not take up any memory. If a reference drops out of memory, it gets deleted, and I can know about that. I got PNG loads an average of 23 milliseconds, and KTX loads in an average of 16 milliseconds. Loads? Does it modify render speed? Is there a bonus to like actually using that? And you should be able to query how big a file is on the GPU. Rendering like 1 frame? Or is that like an average like frame time? I also want to know the size of the file on the GPU. It should be possible to query that and ask like, hey, what's the size of this? What's the size of the data at this handle? I'd homie 1 min. If they're similar in size, even if one is smaller than the other, if they're similar in size, I'd say that's fine. I'm expecting they're going to be really similar in size, if not the same size. Because as far as I'm aware, GPUs just straight up store the raw pixels. They just decode it and they just have the raw data. Maybe some kind of compression on it, but like any bit of compression they add impacts frame time to render that texture. Okay, so here's my idea. I take the original pointer, just the raw memory address, and I have a map that maps pointers to the weak ref that they should be. If I get to that weak ref and I find the weak ref is null, then I say, all right, this key, drop it from everywhere, right? Drop it from the valid keys map, drop it from the playback map. If it's still valid, then I go to the playback map and I query that key there, and I look for any valid streams that exist. Actually, wait. If I have the key, okay, this is the thing, right? I have to drop any weak refs that are invalid. That's the issue that I have. I have to be able to drop those. Alright, let me just go ahead and get... I should probably just start writing, right? Just start writing. Core variant. Or is it, where's the hash map? core templates. How do variables work here? When I make a variable here, what does that do? I think it makes it like a global. No. Because this is a compiled file, so this only exists here, right? They don't? They have the same size? Or they don't what? Wait. Nothing in Godot works. What doesn't work? Were you looking to see how to get like the size of the data on GPU? Because even if you can't get the handle directly, you should still be able to like know like total graphics RAM size of the application. Okay, I don't remember this. I need to look at how this works. You have to wake up, you're in a coma? Okay, sure. Sure. C++ variable unscoped variable? What? Okay, but I want to know what happens when I put something outside. Does W3 tell me about it? Global scope, there we go, okay. Used by anyone, what do you mean anyone? What do you mean anyone? Anyone in the same file or anyone in the whole thing? Everything. All right. Global variable. Nope. I have read that any variable declared outside of function is a global variable, but in another file, that variable cannot be found, so it's not really global. Header file and include that file that uses it. Declaration and definition of a global variable. I want to use X here too. Oh. So it actually does make it like super global then. I don't want that. I still want it in like a named scope. So I guess I have to put it... I can't put it there. I would have to put it somewhere like here. Like have a static. Oh, this is class, right? Yeah, class, so everything is private by default. So let me do a static. So only one of these. And it's gonna be what was my idea? My idea is that every time I try to grab one of these, I need to do cleanup. So I need to remove any memory that I have. I guess even on destruction, right? I have to, yeah, okay. I would keep weak refs to these. So when these get destroyed, oh, actually, I know. I already know that then. When these get destroyed, I know what's being deleted, and I can just drop it from the map. So I don't need weak refs at all. I would just use the thing. The ref counted thing. Which should not be creating references when I do copies, right? Okay, well now I gotta open the file again. Wrong file. I actually want the header file. So yeah, these don't have copies. So whenever I do this, I can grab the pointer and I can just save the pointer. Or sorry, I grab the pointer here and I can just save the pointer as the key. The object knows its parent, so it knows that it can go through and like clean up any weak refs that are now dropped. Or actually, it stores a list of weak refs, right? So if I'm going to delete something, actually, I guess I have to go find it in the weak ref list. Actually, okay. How does... Please stop. How does this know? How does it know? Ref counted as an object, of course. Get an instance ID, get ref, equals object, get reference. Okay. Problem is a debugger in Godot can't show VRAM by resource. Yeah. I guess I wouldn't expect it to. But I'm pretty sure you can always... Maybe you can't, I don't know. I was thinking that most GPU drivers allow, like, have a function that's just like, hey, get me the size of the data at this handle, right? Because that's what you get back from GPUs. They give you handles to resources. And I would think that they also provide a function that you can ask the memory size of that resource. I wouldn't trust it unless I was... You could do like some kind of test where you load like the image 100 times and see what the total size is, and then load the other one 100 times and see what the size is. And maybe if they're different enough, then you can kind of guess like, okay, one's maybe a lot smaller than the other. I don't know. So these use instance IDs. That's all they do. They make instance IDs and they save that. Cool. I would like an is, like... If R return a ref to a ref counted. Get ref. I kind of would like an is valid. Method. You know, I would actually like it so much, I'm going to add it. So I can quickly go through stuff and be like, hey, are you valid? And they can just say yes or no. Because it can literally just say, it can literally just call this object DB is valid, and that's all it's got to do. Actually, wait, ref counted. Is that already on ref counted? No, ref counted is really small. Yeah. What's up with you today? Why the grumpy face? What? It's really hard to run something 100 times. Nothing. I will say, it feels like my tongue is cut. And every now and then it just like stings a bit. I'm not sure what that's about. Is valid. Ref counted. Bind methods. Good old is valid. And then I would do object DB get instance, but instead something like object DB. Why is it not showing me? Stop stressing, start smoking? I don't think so. Why doesn't it? Wait, register core types. No, that's just... Wait, what? These have to be defined somewhere. Oh, these are... DB get, I don't know, get instance. Yeah, of course I can't just do that. Is instance valid? Okay. So calls is instance valid does that, really? Object DB. Yeah, I would just want to call like is instance valid, but is instance ID valid? So they just do that. That's what they do. Okay, never mind. I guess I have to write it like that then. I would just do return object db get instance ref does not equal null pointer. Right? Okay. So I'm not making a reference or doing anything else. I'm just checking that. Okay. So now around here, I need a hash map of something. I don't know. I guess I'll call it like stream to playback. Which will contain I guess it will do what's a pointer? I guess just be uint 64t to why is there no sound? Something I feel like something's wrong with this. Honestly, I'm gonna drop this one. This is like a 4.5 minute track, but it's literally only has sound for like the middle minute and a half. That's just stupid, I think. It's like every time that one comes on, I'm like questioning like, did the music break? Is it not playing anymore? So stream to playback should do a map to a vector. I guess it can be local vector of these. Audio stream playback OGG Vorbis. Sorry, a weak ref to a list of weak refs to these. And I just want to be sure that local vector is the right thing I'm looking for. So vector. What is a local vector? What's the difference? What's type name U? Oh. That. Okay. Do we get slices? We get slices? I guess I wouldn't really need that. I guess I would just write over prior elements. Because when the weak ref is invalid, it's literally just stores basically a pointer. It's basically all it does. So I don't actually have to worry about destructing it that way. Yeah, just be looking for weak refs, and I'll call get reference, so it creates a reference, and then I return that reference, which is actually, yeah, exactly what I want. I want to create a reference out of a weak ref. This does actually still kind of have the issue where, actually, do I need that +1 thing? Because the point of this is that all right. Here's the idea, right? So I dropped the fact that this is a weak ref. Because basically what I want to do is I can just go through these and I see if any of them have exactly one reference, then I know this is the only place it's saved. And I should drop it because it's no longer being used. However, maybe I don't want to be dropping it. Maybe every time I load it, I want to actually keep it around. Yeah, when do I... Okay. So I think I drop it when the audio stream is dropped. When audio stream gets dropped, that is when I would say, all right, everyone who owns me, you gotta go away, right? Which it looks like that's probably what happens. Right, all the way at the bottom, because it's, of course, where they would put it. Okay, it does literally nothing, so that's funny. So that's a little weird. Oh, these track a reference to it. Okay, so it will stay around until that one, the last stream playback, goes away. But what I know I specifically want to do is whenever I've loaded it in the engine, I want all of its streams to stay around. When that last audio stream goes away, then I want all of the individually loaded playback streams to also go away. So I guess what I can do is it a friend already or not? Friend class. Okay, so this one can access that, but can I access it the other way around? It can. Okay. So they can access each other. So that means this class, when we destroy it, could go through and say something like, hey, I want you to drop me from your map, right? I want you to drop me. And since we're taking references, that's fine. They just all go away. I guess I technically could have a playing stream. Actually, no, not really, because yeah, it's all ref counted, so it'll all get dropped when it gets dropped. I would just remove it from this list. And I don't have to actually worry about decrement the count or anything. I just delete the list. Right? I would just call like clear, and clear should destroy everything. Should call the destructors resize to 0. Classic. If resize is trivially constructible, what? There it is. If the current size is greater than, or if the target size is less than our count, then cool. All right, they go through and they destroy them. Okay. I mean, that's what I would expect. I feel like that wouldn't be my problem. So stream to playback, we can do that. Then I can say, yeah, whenever I init, I can just look through this list and find the next one. And if one doesn't exist, then that's where I have the init playback. It is here, right? It's not here. This calls init playback. Or instantiate playback. Actually, maybe I'm doing this the wrong way around. Actually, yeah, I think I'm definitely doing this the wrong way around. Instantiate playback can just contain the list itself. Yeah, let's do that. I think that actually... Why was I thinking of doing it the other way? And because I deleted an empty line, I lost. Okay. It doesn't need to be static. It can just be local. Local vector ref to and just to be sure, ref is when ref destroys it, calls unref. Exactly. Audio stream playback. That. I'll call it playback cache. And is this default constructed? I don't remember how this works. Do I have to write the parentheses here? I don't think so. Yeah, I think just writing it like this is the default value. Facebook released a new compression tool. They made sure to make it confusing to use. Awesome. Are you super interested in compression today? Right, so when I call instantiate playback, ref to an audio stream playback, we can look through the cache to see if any of these have one reference. If they have one reference, then I know that I'm the only one keeping the reference, and I can return it. Take a quick React break to watch Silicon Valley middle out compression scene. What? I always gotta... Okay. What does that mean? And say it in a way that is family friendly. How long is that? And where do I find it? 3 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna need a link. You can get me a link. Can I write auto here? Does to normal men? Okay. Playback cache. Can I use auto? Does local vector support? There we go. Okay. That's what I needed to see. So basically I want to go through each of these and check if the reference counter is 1. Alright, you know what? I actually don't trust it, so I'm going to manually type it. All right. This is fine to play, right? There's not going to be TVMA. I'm not going to get got here. I guess I can just scan the thumbnails. Oh. Dude, it was on TV? Okay. You see what I'm seeing right here? Straight away on the board that he's drawing on? I don't know, man. I mean, what is that? Fine. It's literally TV. Okay, that doesn't mean it's like not super mature and I shouldn't play it. But I'll play it.
What do we even present tomorrow? I mean,
it's literally just funny.
What do we even present tomorrow? Honestly, anyone?
Why do we have to present at all?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, if we're going to fail and be humiliated, why do it on stage in
What
front
is
of
this
1,000
about?
people in a live-streamed audience?
Yeah.
Are you saying we shouldn't even show up?
No offense, but it's basically going to be a public execution.
Yes, and public executions are very popular. It's show business. We are not quitting.
Roman says too much for his
Look,
ADH
or
brain.
like,
Well, I don't
wanna
just want to like
present.
play
I do,
things
it's
on
just-
stream and just like sit here
I
and be
don't
like,
know.
what am I watching? And also like, whoa, I can't show that, and then have to like out.
Jesus, are you okay?
And what? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all good. They let me go.
Who let you go?
When was the last time you slept, Jared?
Yeah, absolutely, David.
Is this like a
What are we
made up
talking
story?
about, gents?
We're talking about how I didn't get to present in the prelims
Or
because I was too
is this
busy getting
like
my face pummeled so that our team could move
no
forward.
normal person
That's why
talks
we're
like that?
presenting tomorrow. And you know what? We're going to
Me?
win. Yeah. We're going to win even if I have to go into the auditorium and personally jerk off every guy in the audience.
That's a lot
Yeah,
of
see, like
jerking.
that I don't want to play that on stream. Like, regardless if it's something that I want to watch or not, like, I don't want to play that on stream.
And we only have 10 minutes to present, so...
PG-13? Okay, well...
So? We're fucked, aren't we?
Yeah, even if he's joking.
Like, okay. I don't like sex jokes, man. They're not funny to me.
2 at a time. There are what, 800 guys in that room, so that's 400 times whatever. Pathetically.
Like jerk.
And so that's
Yeah.
from the middle out.
Sorry, man. I don't want to watch that. I just skipped like 15. That's like 20 seconds of them talking about jerking off. Like I don't want to watch that. I don't find that funny, and I don't want to play it on my stream. Get a reference count. Okay, very simple. So to use this, I would write the pointer, which gets me the thing. Good. Family Guy Subway Surfer on the side, he won't watch it. I don't like any of that. I really dislike that. I do. Now, there is a thing to be said about like watching a full movie or a show in context. You know, maybe it's funnier when you know the characters, and it's not. I'm not just walking in on like a bro scene of people who I don't know anything about, and they're just talking about that. Like if it's a show that I would enjoy and sit down and watch, sure. But like on my own time, not on stream, and not like jumping in to like the middle of something. Hey Yulia. I can just return playback, and that should make a new reference. Right. Literally a show about a tech startup. Okay. And maybe one day I'll watch it and I will enjoy it. With more context. And I don't mean context like, oh, what's this not? I mean like I'm watching it through like from start to the end of the episode, and they build up to that scene, right? I'm not flipping on my TV in the middle of like bro talk, I guess. What is it? What's the movie that I'm thinking of? The one where the whole premise is that they wake up and they were all drunk and they have to like figure out what they did the night before. But didn't give it a chance. Dude, you're starting me in the middle of, like, I'm assuming near the end of the first episode. There's no way that's like the first scene. The Hangover, yeah. I think those are funny, but only because you build up to that and like that's what I'm going in expecting. You just said, hey, this is funny. And you gave me like the last scene of the episode. Okay, you don't understand what I mean by context, man. I'm not saying like the synopsis of the show or anything like that. I mean watching from first frame of the episode to the last. If you watch the whole clip, you understand the joke. The joke is that they're talking about jerking men off, dude. Is that the whole joke? That's not funny to me. Hey man, you want to hear a joke? Yeah. Dude, I would totally jerk off 200 people. What? That's not funny. I don't know who these guys are. I haven't started from the beginning of the show to know who these people are. Dude, you are being so stupid. Let me open it back up, and I will show you how it starts. I will literally just play it again.
What do we even present tomorrow? Honestly, anyone?
Why do we have to present at all?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, if we're going to fail and be
I don't know who any of these guys are. First of all, I don't know who these guys are.
in front of 1,000 people in a live streamed audience.
Are you saying we shouldn't even show up?
No offense, but it's basically going to be a public execution.
Yes, and public executions are very popular. It's show business. We are not quitting, Richard.
Look, or like, I want to present. I do. It's just, I don't know.
Jesus, are you okay?
Like, what is he talking about? Why would he not be okay?
And what? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all good. They let me go.
What? I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
When was the last time you slept,
I'm still
Jared?
confused.
Absolutely, David.
Apparently he's
What are we
been
talking
awake
about,
for a
James?
long time.
We're talking about how I didn't get to present in the prelims because I was too busy getting my face pummeled so that our team could move forward. That's why we're presenting tomorrow.
What? He got beat up?
And you know what?
Okay.
We're going to win. Yeah. We're going to win even if I have to go into the auditorium and
And then here's the joke. So a minute in,
Theoretically, is minimized time, which is 800 dudes multiplied.
okay, literally the entire joke is they're talking about how long it takes for them to jerk people off. Are you serious? Dude. You can't start, that's not the start of a joke, man. That's like at the end, you know, at the end of the episode, you know who these guys are, you know how they talk. You've already been warmed up, you know. You don't start a comedy skit with the last joke, okay? Because it literally just won't make sense. Almec doesn't want to dude. At this point, you're just rage baiting me. At this point, you're just telling me that the last joke of a comedy skit is guaranteed to be funny without hearing literally any of the rest of the comedy skit. That's actually not how it works. The last joke is usually a callback to the very first or the second thing that they talked about, which sounded like just totally random at the time. You're eating your friend alive in front. That's not cool. Just say okay. No. No, he sent a bad scene that is only a rewatchable scene. That's not your introduction to the show. Let it pan out. Dude, it's not funny. It's not funny on its own. All right? It's funny on its own if I've watched the episode already and I'm like, oh, that was really cool. That was really funny. I want to go back and watch that scene again. Aha, look at him. He came back because he was getting beat up or drunk or he's been awake for 40. That's funny. I don't know what is happening. Critically acclaimed TV show. $5 years ago. First of all, this is the most funniest scene. I was like, how recent is this? I guess it's old enough to be critically acclaimed. Well, like I said, man, that's like, you don't start with that. Right? Think of just your first episode of The Office. It's not going to be funny until near the end of it. And you definitely wouldn't start someone at the punchline of the joke at the end of the episode. Because they'd just be looking at who are these guys? I don't know what's going on. I don't know anything about these people. I don't know how they act. I don't know how they talk. I don't know why it's funny that that one guy is being trained to have a drooling response when he starts up his PC. You know the joke I'm talking about. That's literally cutting into that scene is the same thing you just did. Dude starts up his PC, holds his hand out, and you're like, what's the joke? What's funny here? Yep. I'm moving on. Alright, so we didn't have it. It means we gotta make it. So we do all that. And before we return, I will just literally just save it, add it to the cache. So how do I save it? I guess I just actually literally make a reference to it, right? So I would call what? Append? Push back, of course. Classic. That's all I should have to do, I think. Reading, you have a good chance of something really stupid. I don't think he watches The Office. What? You know the joke, right? I just can't remember the guy's name for some reason. Every time he turns on the computer, he gives him like a mint. Dwight. It is turning on the computer. He's trained him to have the response of him. He boots up his computer. Ding! Here's a mint. And then one day he just turns it on without giving them the mint. Like, I'm sure it's funny. I'm sure it's good in context when you're watching the whole episode. And there are some jokes that are funny on their own. That's definitely not the kind of joke that's funny on its own. Focus on the game. Does this work? If it has a reference count of 1, this should not be making a reference count. I may as well do a print here. Print line. Reuse. Actually, okay, so no. I know that it's not used because it has a reference count of 1, so we can reuse it. Do I have to do... I think I have to call like a reset on it probably. Reusing cached playback. I think I can probably call stop on it, right? Is that what does it? No, I gotta... I think play is what it calls, right? It just calls play. That's a code open from an Office episode. Okay. Does the episode start with him turning on his PC and Dwight drooling and you have no idea what's happening? Or is that the joke starts, the joke concludes? And also you know who Dwight is. There's definitely an expectation that when you're watching these episodes mid-season, you've at least watched a couple before. That's not your very first episode. And it's definitely better when you actually know who the characters are anyway. So even if that is someone's first episode, it's definitely not the funniest. It's better when you already know who the characters are. When this, okay, so when this, what is it? Polyphonic is what does this stuff. We call mix, not that. I call play stream. It doesn't do anything. Pending play is set. If it's not active, we ignore it. If it's ignore it. If finish request is set, ignore that. If pending play, we call start with the offset. Awesome. That's what I was looking for. That will clear it. Calling start will clear it. Or reset it, I should say. Because I believe start even calls seek. Yeah, start literally calls seek. I've scrolled too far. Where am I? Here I am. I'm looking right at it. I was having a good day until you ruined it by shooting my clip. Dude. Bad clip, man. I'll reevaluate my standards. Dude, it's just that that is not like I said, it's not literally funny on its own. It's not the kind of joke I can start in and like it be funny. I think for anyone. I think even people who like that humor, which I do like that humor. But I gotta be worked into that. You can't just start me off with computing on a whiteboard. So yeah, I actually don't have to do anything. I can just straight up return it and it will be fine. If it's all good, we save that. Those take references. Is that really all I would have to do? That seems too easy. This does suffer from a +1 problem where if I call a stream and it's technically been finished, maybe mixing will. No, it doesn't clear anything. It holds on to it here. It doesn't actually drop the reference when it's done. And then I think this is okay. Yeah, this is trivially... Okay, I say it's trivially destructible. It's technically not. But I think it handles... I think it handles it. You know what, just to be sure, I will... in the destructor, I will call the clear on this list. Even though I don't think I have to. I'll do it anyway. How was that much changed? Oh, because I had prints in there. Okay. Technically I don't need that because I'm actually just not going to be using it, so I'm gonna... How can I move this to its own branch? I guess I can just swap to the new branch. Nah, I'll just drop it. I'll just drop that. Because I'm not actually using it. May as well close these. Please stop doing that. This is so dumb. Just freaking close. Just close. I don't want it. What am I doing? Ref counted. Just all that. So I'm dropping that just for now. I only have 3 do lines there. So let me figure that, I guess. I have a new line there. Okay. Don't need hash map, but I do need local vector. Move it here. Actually, variant probably gives me that. I don't know. Vector, local vector. I love Radiance, your show is amazing. I will consider watching it. Definitely. Like I said, it's not that I find that unfunny. It's not funny on its own. Like that. And apparently I had a new line somewhere around here. This is a new line. There's a deleted line there that I need to bring back above blocking it. I put it, it's supposed to be above blocking it, not below. I think I was being clear about that the whole time I was describing it. Maybe I wasn't clear about it initially, but then I was being sure that I was clear that it needs context. It needs to be built up. That's what I mean by context, building it up. TS, what? I don't know what any of that means. You can't just type a bunch of letters and be like, oh, you don't understand what that means? Haha. Unk. Boomer. So that new line below instantiate shouldn't be there. Which is down here. Yeah, well, you also made me mad with your misunderstandings of what I was saying, so... I think I can go ahead and drop this one. You have him trained well? What? I mean, you're the first one to send me like 4 minutes of dick sucking joke, so I don't think that's this. I don't think that means anything. Didn't even need a shot color. Okay. No, no, no. That won't ever happen. If that happens, then I should stop the stream. Full on family unfriendly. He started it. I don't want to be super sanitized, like I don't talk about anything like that, but I'm not going to bring it up first. I do want that new line there. This feels like it's not real. This doesn't feel like it's that simple. Get reference count 1. I'm getting, this is really funny. I'm getting a reference to a reference, so I'm not creating one. I'm just checking its reference count. If it's 1, I can say we're using cache playback because no one else is using it. You have a good friend write it. Wow, you spelled it correctly. You didn't say radiant. Not that it's spelled incorrectly, that you were deliberately typing radiant. Alright, well, I guess I just build that and see how it handles. I hope to see reused and no audio bugs, glitches, crashes, none of that. Our friend, I will say this, hopefully he's still here. Our friendship has been thoroughly tested through the medium of Overwatch 2 competitive. So. It has ended friendships. All right, Overwatch 2 competitive has ended friendships. It builds, which is crazy because usually I do a bunch of typos. I'm very family friendly with language in French or English. Well, I mean, it's, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, what happens? Crash? Do I brick my computer instantly? Oh, it said it once. I got it once. We're using cache playback. Oh. Eventually it does go silent. Yeah, sometimes it's totally silent. Oh, I'm getting sound now. Okay, so sometimes it's silent. Definitely faster. Okay. My phone rang and then it immediately stopped. So what's going on here? Oh my god, the call. Why would it be silent? I thought I didn't have to do anything besides just I mean, this is already nice because now play is taking 100 milliseconds. It's really weird. It just That's weird. I actually don't quite understand that. Sometimes it returns one that already exists, and that sometimes fails to play. Has changed. Okay, well, okay. Dude, what? No prompt, just straight. Why would it be silent? I guess I have I don't know. I don't get it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I would say I wonder if it breaks because okay, let me try this. Let me print out the name and then see what sound is failing, and if it's like something that just played recently, that would be like the duration of this is long enough that it could still be playing. If that's the problem. I would wonder if my reference counter is poor. Alright, let me just try seeing if I can like fix it by calling like stop or something. Playback. I mean, but it calls play. Put up to 6 runs. Nice. I don't know, this is strange. I'm actually not sure what's going on. I'm not getting a print, am I? No, I would be getting like tons of errors. This is the worst. This is definitely the worst kind of problem when it just goes silent and there's no printing. There's no errors. Is there anything that initialization does that I have to redo? You know what? Maybe I need to say that. Do I have to say frames mixed is 0? Is there like a reset? Maybe there's a reset. I don't know. Let me just try calling seek to 0 on it. This is really strange. The real test is, does it run OGG Vorbis for a long time? Maybe I should launch it from... Ooh, from a terminal. I think I could just write Godot. Yep, custom build. Cool. And see if I get anything extra printing that's not showing up in the engine for some reason. I think I gotta fix the camera. It's playing wrong. It's exposing wrong. There we go. Give up and use WAF? Nope. Also, that wouldn't fix the problem. It would definitely still just like recreate the entire thing. Alright. What have I got on the logs? Okay, so the first time it reused, it was just silent. And it reused again, and it was silent. It seems like... Okay, so this time it worked when it reused it. So it seems like somehow this first time I call play fails. And then the second time I call play works. That's my guess. But also I still want to print out, which I forgot to do it. I want to print out the actual name of the sound that I'm running. So let me go to wherever I do the print here. And I can get the actual name. So I'm not getting anything new, by the way, when it goes silent. And before... I guess here I can say, Is it get file? Yeah. So what I'm expecting to see is that the first time a reuse happens, it fails, and then I can count exactly one reuse in the future where it succeeds. Okay, so it's a bit weird, but sure. Oh, dang, I guess I have to use... That's so dumb. I want... File name. That's what I want. I want the full name. Playing something. Yeah, that's whatever, that's good enough. That's actually just fine. Whatever. Okay. So this reuse nanny. N for NY. Nanny. Let's remember nanny. I guess any of these can work. Okay, this one worked. HU63. Do we have exactly one reuse attempt previously? HU63. Okay. So the first time we reuse it, it fails. Second time we reuse it, it succeeds. So what's the difference? What do we do in play that carries over to the next time we call play? I call begin resample, I guess. So does begin resample do something? Do something. Okay, begin resample. I thought my stream was lagging. Why? I was taking one step forward at a time. Yeah, what's like... Something's gotta be reset here. Something like isn't resetting correctly. Maybe I do seek and then I call stop. Something with begin resample, I think. Does setting loops to 0? Okay, so we do set loops to 0. Does that do something? That is something different. No, I don't think so, because that's called. Yeah, let me try that. Let me try setting loops to 0. You know, it may as well also do playback, active, false. May as well, right? See if either one of those two fixes it. Cool. I could believe that loops 0 does do it. Because then you call play and it's like, oh, I've already looped. So it doesn't do anything. Maybe. But it does set it to 0 when I call it, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I figure this out, then I have, then I've really done it. Okay, so it failed immediately. one IQ3. Oh, that one worked. DKB. Just looking for DKB. DKB was reused once. Okay, so it's still the case that whatever it does... Actually, let me look that DKB is never called. Well, it'll be created once. Okay, so it was allocated. Yeah, so that's where it was allocated, and then it got reused once, it failed, and then it got reused again, and then it worked. Okay. So something... Yeah, something's just gotta happen in play that is, like, kind of busted. The only thing that seems to happen in play that maybe calling seek, no, because if it was calling it twice would fix it, then calling seek from my side before I return it should have fixed it. So begin resample is doing something. I guess I gotta go find whatever begin resample is. Audio stream playback resampled. Okay. So I guess I could call begin resample. Just call it once. And maybe that fixes it. Because that looks like what it does. That does look like what it does. So if I call begin resample before I return, not there. Then this may solve the issue. And I'm going to assume that it doesn't do too much. It looks like it literally just initializes the buffer. It's like the first frame or whatever. So I don't think it even matters if I call this. If I call this without like doing any other initialization first. Sets it to 0, and then it calls mix internal. With internal buffer plus 4. So mix internal is this. Okay. To do is frames. It's probably fine, right? I guess I'll find out. If I get errors, then it's a problem. But if I don't, then it's good. Oh, maybe here's an issue with loops. Oh, maybe it's this loop fade remaining? Loop fade remaining. Is it? No, that wouldn't make sense. It's definitely got to be begin resample as being called. Because loops set to 0, active set to true, and we call begin resample. All of that. So I think all I should have to do is just call begin resample. And then return it. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to be super lost and not be very confused. Because it's clearly something happening twice allows it to play the second time. Or something in play happens, which allows the next call to play to work. Wait. Instantiate playback. I just realized I was expecting it to create a second copy. At least +1. Why did it not make a second one? Because it should have a reference count. It should have 2, right? We create it, we return it. And it stays at 2 until I would do this instantiate playback. While instantiate playback is running, there's a reference here, and there's a reference in the list. So there's 2 references. When I call pushback, yeah, because it's actually, I mean, it is wrong, technically. That it also, I should probably be calling reset instead. Is that what the destructor for this does? Yeah. Okay, I mean, I know that I don't actually have to do this. I know that I really don't actually have to do this. Battlefield is so fun. Maybe one day I will play it. When Zombie Game is finished. Alright, well, I built it, right? Did I actually build that? What time did I run that at? I have no clue. What was I doing? What was I doing? I just like kind of spaced out for a bit. Alright, run. Do we work every time? Nope. Immediately failed. This one worked. Send to. Is there exactly one reuse before that? Send to. And then the load. Wow. That's funny. Okay. There were 2 words in one of those. One of those IDs. What are the odds of that? What are the odds of 2 words in a randomly generated ID? Okay, so I expect that this is supposed to be returning that it's already in use, so it can't do it. Unless the stream it was assigned to already overrode it, which I guess is actually probably what's happening, right? It's already overriding it, so that's probably why it's 1. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That would be why it's getting dropped. It is actually getting dropped. I don't know. Do I just call play twice? Do I just call play? Maybe I just call start and stop. I'll try that. I'll just try calling start and stop. I feel like that could possibly alleviate it. Because, I mean, that's like the equivalent of what's happening here, right? Why are you screaming, Danilin? Start and stop's gotta do it, right? Got a model for free on that website? That website? What's that website? Please just play the sounds. Please just play the sounds. It's silent. Yeah, it's a lot of silent happening there. What is going on? The one I was sending... The... On Discord? Hang on. What? What does this do differently? Okay, so it must not be this. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it is this. Frames mixed? Do I need to set frames mixed to 0? What happens in start that doesn't happen? No, it's not even that. It's what happens in start that happens the second time. I feel like what happens is it either plays it from the end or... Wait, also, this guy called start and stop. Yeah, I guess start has a default of 0. Put an object that plays a sound. Dude, playing the sound is what's slow. That's what's slow. It's not spawning an object, it's not doing any, it's literally just calling start, play, stream is slow. I just don't know why calling stop and start didn't do anything else on its own. So I call start, and then I call stop, just to force it to like reload, and then I return it. The first time I return it, it fails. What would happen there? It seems like it just doesn't, it seems like it's not even anything that happens, right? Like, stream playback. It's got to be a mix, right? We call mix. If active is not set, we ignore it. It should be active because we set it. It's not a sample. What if it's like got a finish request? Do we clear we clear it, so it's not that. Pending play is true, so then we call start. And then we clear pending play. But that doesn't work because I'm calling start myself before I return it. Then we call stream playback mix, which gets me the data. So maybe it's this mix method being called that breaks it, or fixes it, I should say. The first call to mix fails and the second call works. Okay, but it's actually here, right? I call a mix. Begin resample. Calls mix internal once. Which mix internal actually doesn't call mix. Okay. So how would this return nothing? Internal buffer end. Is there a way to like reset this? I need to figure out where it fails. Frames mixed. Is there a check here? That is the one thing that, I mean, I think Seek handles that, right? Yeah, Seek sets frames mix to whatever that value is. I literally don't know. I tried calling everything. The only thing that I see, again, that does happen at least once, is it calls this mix. What if I just pass mix with 0? What if I just do that? Does that do anything? Frames. I is 0. Is there anything? It doesn't look like there's anything in here that gets set. Mix offset modifies. But mix offset is set to Seek. I mean, I literally don't know. Open VLC. Yeah. Why does it work in my head but not for Almec? What? Am I using your name as a tag? Oh, on Twitch? Because it helps. I'm pretty sure it helps. So if someone types in Almec. I'm pretty sure it helps searching. Like what I did on Discord. I mean, I don't know. Does it actually help? What happens? Nothing prints, so nothing fails. Why does it, like, fail to play the first time? And then it works the second time. Almec is unique name. I thought so. But like a few months after I put it on my channel, like my YouTube channel, way back, some music artists started using that name. And they like overtook me on search results on YouTube. And it doesn't matter, like if you're actually searching for me on YouTube, you're gonna find me. So I'm like the second result. Should I just do a print every time something happens? Have samples left. If we don't have samples left, there's no return though. Oh, there's a return that has a print. I'm definitely not getting, yeah. Huh? I've never actually looked at them. That's weird. I thought this was a guy. When I first saw it, I thought it was a guy. I guess I was wrong. Make your game cheat engine proof? That's not possible. I'm the 6th. I'm the 2nd for mine, as I said. But now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other channels, apparently. Oh, there's even more. There's a lot of channels that are showing up. There's a playlist just titled Almic. Yeah, I think that name literally didn't exist until like I made it, and then it started being used by other people. Because I remember trying to come up with a name and like using like some site that would like scour social media sites, so I would have a name that I could basically use anywhere. It had 0 results. I mean, it had a couple results for like some weird social sites that like no one ever used. But it was like no Google, no YouTube, nowhere. I guess YouTube technically had an account at that time, but I think I got a bit unlucky. I think right around the time that I was swapping it, the name, they just gave like all these legacy accounts their unique URLs. So the original, I was supposed to have the original name on YouTube, but it like got taken from me right as I was swapping it, I think. So I had to I couldn't use the actual name. Or actually no, I remember. I did have the original name. I had it. But then YouTube changed how they did URLs, which they've done that a lot of times. But they changed it, and so I lost it. They set it up so that it was given to people who had the name longer, and there was just an account that was just purely named Almic, which got the name. So I didn't get that name when the URLs changed. So I kind of got scammed. Even though I had like their special URL that they would, the original URL, I had like just pure Almic, ALMIC. And they changed how they did it, and they basically took it from me and gave it to an account that probably has not been signed in a decade. Alright, so I'm still trying to figure out what's happening here. I was saying there's gotta be, like, just some line that, like this, right? If not active, return 0. But it is active. Well, to do is greater than 0. To mix equals to do. Give up bash VLC. You know, I actually wonder this. I wonder if this coincidentally prints after the first reuse and like no other time. Did I do that correctly? If mixed is equal to 0? Wait, actually, wouldn't it be an error? Because then to do never decreases. That'd be an infinite loop, right? And active. So this must mean that we set active within the loop. If mixed is greater than 0, otherwise active is false. Okay. So active will set to 0 if we mix 0. Use MPV. I don't even know what MPV is. Or maybe I do and I just don't recognize the name. This is really slow to test though. That sucks. Okay, whole sound play without hitting 0. No print about 0 mix. Okay. Silence again, and nothing about that. So is it not even getting in here? Is it not even getting in here? I guess let me just start adding prints. And I guess let me even see this if like to do is 0. Because it wouldn't even do anything. That would also have an effect of doing nothing. And I mean, this is literally it, right? This is all that it could be. This would print something if it returned. I don't know. Unless I'm doing something wrong on like engine code side. Like somehow something I'm doing during a replay is failing. But it wasn't happening before. This only started when I started using a cache. But there's something I'm like not doing correctly with the cache. Using Vorbis instead of Opus? I mean, you said it like I chose it. I picked OGG. That's all I picked. Good old AUG audio. Like, give me something. Nothing. Like, what? Alright, let me look here just to be sure that I'm not doing anything weird. I'm literally just calling play stream. And then it's out of my hands. I say I'm printing a playing sound. It can't be that. It works the second time it's reused. It always works the second time it's reused. The first time it's reused, it fails. So I return it, it plays, and then it's left in some state that the next time it calls play, it does nothing. One second. What? What do you mean put a thing that plays some song? It works. The reuse works, but only every other time it's reused. So I can walk straight, and you'll see some reuses work. Yep, I just had one that worked. That one didn't. That one worked. That reuse worked. That reuse worked. That one worked. That one worked. That one worked. That one didn't work. And I can guarantee you this one doesn't work because there's one before it that did work, right? So HU63. Okay, this was after we loaded it, so okay, so not that one. All right, so YRS should have probably one reuse. Yeah, and I know that this one worked. If it works every other time, put 2 of them. I have to figure out what is happening when I call play and it fully plays after it's done that is somehow resetting it. I tried just calling play and stop. That didn't work. You know, what if I actually just called play? What if I actually just called play? And then didn't call stop? What if I did that? I mean, that's literally what I'm doing right now. I'm calling start and stop. What if I just leave out that? I'm trying to like use prints to like find possibly what happens. Because it must be doing something, but then doing nothing, and resetting some state for the second play. I even tried like begin resample, calling begin resample, which runs the whole mix thing, which didn't work. So then I was thinking it's got to be something in this method is being called that somehow changes some state that fixes it. Like maybe it's this. I mean, it could be this. But I don't know. Like, I feel like that's just dumb. Play, pause, play. It doesn't work because it ended. It's not playing. That's the thing. It's already not playing, and calling stop just sets a flag of active, which doesn't do anything. Stop just sets active to false, which means the next time you call... The next time it calls mix, it comes in here and it says, oh, we're not active, and then it returns 0. Which out here, that's when it determines that it's done. Right? And it sets it clears active. These are different actives. I think they're different actives. Maybe they're not. No, these are not. These are different actives. A little bit confusing. But this active is set here. So it's not that this one is somehow being carried over. So I can't say that it's anything here. Somehow this being reused is failing. So it has to be some state within stream playback, specifically. How'd you break it so bad? I haven't broken anything. I just like saved it to a cache and it works every other time. It's already better. Like way less time is spent playing, but just, you know, unfortunately the first time we replay it, or the every even number of times we try to play it, it doesn't play any sound. I was hoping to get any of these lines. I mean, this one was printing, but that's just like... That wasn't consistent. That was playing... That this would happen more often when it's This would print more often when it successfully plays the sound. Which doesn't mean anything. This one never printed. This one never printed. I was thinking maybe this could be possible, but this one is reset every time you call play. And if it's less than fade size, does it do the fade out? So when you call play, it sets it to that value. Yeah, which disables it. It is calling play, right? Or start. Yeah, it's calling start. Oh, let me do a print here. I'm convinced that it's not something here. I'm pretty convinced that it's not something here. Finish request I don't think is ever put anywhere. I don't think it's ever set anywhere, but when you call stop stream, then it does that. But I guess I can check that too. I just don't see where it's just not doing anything. If you use loop. Okay, so this won't happen. Actual end of file. If we don't have packets left, then we don't have samples left. Where are those set? So it's set there, but only if it has samples. I guess this would actually be, yeah, I guess this actually would run, right? You know, bug is hard to fix when something boss music starts playing. Yeah, this one's really weird. Hello, by the way. S. Richmond 91. Could it be this? No, because it would print something. I don't think it's that. Here's the thing, I call mix at least one. I tried that and it didn't work. Thanks for following. Did it? Alright, let me just do prints here every time I set it to false. This is going to be like 2, I think. Classic debug printing. More packets. 1, 2. I'm gonna do a print here. I guess I'll call this one 3. Alright, one of these has to run. I've got to get a print. That's the one thing that seems to change between calls to mix. Which is also weird because I called it and it didn't do anything. It didn't fix it. It still happened. But I guess so bad he's a Godot dev now. One day I will stop. I will no longer have to compile Godot. We're all Godot devs. Okay, so I was expecting to get that a few times. Okay, so what it seems like a normal play, we get a whole bunch of 2s, and then I get a 1, 2, 3, which is interesting. It's a funny order. Okay. So I reused, and I immediately got no more packets 2. And then I got no more packets 2 and 2, and there was no 1, 2, 3. So where is 2? 2 is this one. So all right. Honestly, that didn't really help me. That actually didn't give me anything. I feel like what I need to do is I need to find a check that does something. This doesn't happen. I never even got no more packets 3. Okay, so this didn't even happen. I only got 2. Right? I get the first print before I even returned from... Before I even returned? Before I even returned, I got a no more packets 2. How? So this was called... I got this print. And then I returned it. And the actual playback called this twice. Okay, so I'm looking for mix. Really? Mix frames for this. There are 2 calls. I know that that one's not being called. I actually know for a fact that one's not being called. So this is the call. We're getting here. And then I don't do a print at this point. Wait, what? How does that work? I call it, I print the 2, and then I get down here. This doesn't print? Have samples left. It's not, okay, it's not being set between here and there, right? Oh man. We set it to false. It cannot change at this point on. So then I return frames. Is it has samples? This one must, this, okay. So for this to be false and this one to be true, let me do this. Right before I do this check, I'm going to say if do it. Another check if I don't understand why samples left could be. What does this mean? Is a sample like a container of packets? Or is a packet hold samples? Is that how this works? I mean, actually, if this is the case, then I actually know for a fact that one of these must be true, right? So I'm either getting that print or that print. I mean, I don't know why. I know that that must be the case, right? Like, I can just deduce that without even checking, but I'm confused. Alright, while that's going, let me try and get one to repeat and see if I get the same. Failed. Unfortunately, I don't know if one's reused or not, so I have to scroll up every time now. Not a reuse. Not a reuse. Not a reuse. This is a reuse. And then I printed no more packets 2, and then it went to like normal. Bunch of 2s and then 1, 2, 3. Alright, so what does that mean? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'm just realizing what packets and samples mean. Right? You have a packet that's a bunch of samples in it, and then you process all those. So it looks like it's just like something probably just wrong with how the streams are set up. the first replay just doesn't work for some reason. And Godot seems to be unable to open. Okay. I'm also kind of waiting for it to just suddenly start working because it's been gaslighting me the whole time and it's like not compiling a file. So when I get the 1, then I get the samples. Okay, so fail. That's so weird. Actually, I guess it's not weird. That's what I would have expected to see. So wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? No, that doesn't make any sense. I call mix... Wait, am I crazy? I do this, we print 2. Okay? So before I even return, I printed 2. No more packets. Mix of Vorbis has been called once, which is a little strange, honestly. I wouldn't have expected that. So okay, yeah. First of all, it's a little bit weird that I'm getting the second print at all. Feel like it shouldn't be happening. That means I'm calling mix frames Vorbis before I even return. Does anything happen here? No, nothing happens. Nothing happens. There's no mixing, there's no nothing. So this returns. Wait, before I even return, so this means it happens with an instantiate playback. So this means me calling start here. Alright, so I call start. How does that do anything? I guess it... Okay, so I guess it actually does call begin resample, which does cause one run of this. Because begin resample will call mix internal. So this is where I get that one run. But this is weird because I print 2 because I've called mix frames Vorbis up here. What? Man, what? I am so confused. So it's like properly done, right? But it's not printing 3. It doesn't print 3. It just prints 2 once. So prints 2, which means have packets left is false. Right? Wait. This is setting have samples to be false. Oh my gosh. What am I doing? This sets have samples to be false. Keep doing the same thing over and over again until it just works. Okay, so this is actually supposed to be no more samples. I'll just do the name of the method. No more packets or samples in mix internal. And I could just... I don't know, I don't think I need that. Copy paste never caused an error before. I'm still just trying to figure out like what state is being set that causes this to do nothing. I got the 2, right? So it said that there's no more samples. But the weird thing is, I tried calling play once before, so it clearly ran through this whole function. Alright, it's the 3, right? No. Something has to happen without this printing. This doesn't happen, so nothing here... I don't know. I'm just so lost. I'm trying to figure out still what happens here that fails but makes it work the next time. There's got to be something is happening in here that doesn't happen when it actually ends. This just clears the last buffers, right? It can't be active, right? What if there's something in here that like jumps out to me and says, oh, this is definitely the one that's causing it to fail? Don't see anything. There's ready, but that's just set to true once when you load it, so it always is true. And if it wasn't ready, it would be printing an error. I'm getting no printing. No problems are being reported. Calling all of this doesn't do anything. Okay, so let me go back to that. What is being called for sure? Possibly this? Because I know that what it does is it calls mix. This is the only state that gets set here from this method. Is internal buffer end. All right, is there something on... Is there something on audio stream? That, I don't know, modifies that, like resets it, something. That's not even listed here, so apparently I'm looking at the wrong thing. Audio stream playback resampled. What did I just do? I just opened a new file. How to do that? Weird. Okay, so there's something resampled. Internal buffer end. could internal buffer n do something? There's one comparison here, so maybe. If our index is greater than the end, the internal buffer ends somewhere in this range, and we haven't yet recorded the number of good frames we have. So it just says mixed frames total is I, which could be 0. Oh, let me try doing a print there, I guess. I'll even do a format so I can see what it is. Maybe this is 0, right? This is the most elusive thing I've ever definitely tried to figure out. I have absolutely no clue. Like, I mean, I'm even looking at this. I don't even know how. Like, I don't. This would mean that mix. I'm even like printing the wrong thing. Actually, no, I guess I'm not. Because this is the mixed frames that we're gonna return. So this would mean that like mix offset is not being updated, right? But that is set when I call seek. Seek sets the frame offset, or the mixed offset. Does it? Maybe it doesn't. Also, where does this even come from? Why is it not? I've tried this before. I tried calling begin resample and it didn't do it. So it's even being set to 0 there, and that didn't work before. I overstepped a little bit. Resample stream is ending at 0. I mean, that's what I kind of expected to see, right? So should I just do like... Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I just call it begin resample twice and see, I don't know. Does that work? Did I like get lied to before and I already tried this, but it's like I forgot to build it when I tested it? I don't know. Start literally calls begin resample, doesn't it? It literally does. It literally does. So that didn't... Calling it twice doesn't work. Let me just go back to not doing it at all. What happens? I mean, that's what I thought I would see too. I thought I would see it say 0, right? But that happened. That didn't happen There, it happened the second time. So after we called seek and begin resample, it said, we're done instantly, right? Okay, so it did say we're done instantly. So why did it say that? Why does it think it's done instantly? It started at 0, and it immediately said, we're done. That's what happened. Which means IDX was greater than the internal buffer end. So does internal buffer end need to be set to -1? I guess that could happen. That is what happens. Internal buffer end is set here. It's at least set to something. So is that the bug? Internal buffer end should be set to 0 or reset. Where's internal buffer end set? Okay, so it's literally only here. It is literally only here. It starts at -1. Is that the bug? What if I just set this to -1 in begin resample? What if I just did that? What if I just did that? Because that's what it starts at. And mixed frames total is -1. Is this a positive only int? It is. So unsigned makes it a max value. Maybe this is actually it. This is like a mistake. That this line is not here. Did you set up an LSP for this language? I did. It doesn't work. That's why it thinks there's like stuff that is undefined. It's telling me there's errors, but it's like it stops early because it thinks everything is undefined. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't work. It did work when I set it up, and then I didn't use it for a very long time. So I don't know. Okay, that's my theory. That not being reset to -1 is the bug. It's gotta be. Because then I think it is set to -1. It must be set to -1, or at least some large value. Some different value. And then hopefully that doesn't cause some really insane memory leak and it breaks. Not familiar with C++. Yeah. Like when I set up the computer, I set up all this stuff because I thought I was going to be doing C programming, and then I was like, okay, cool, it worked, and then I didn't do any. I just went straight to Godot and Python. Found it. That actually was it. Wow. What is that? 4.5 hours? Four and a half hours. That's got to be a record. That's got to be, honestly, that's got to be like a real bug with Godot. That was never found because Polyphonic just always creates a new stream every time. Okay. Okay. Congratulations. Yes. I am so hungry and upset. I need to eat. Alright, now I gotta clean up all the prints. Get rid of all the prints. Stream. Orbis. A print on 38. 66. I just have a bunch of prints there. That was mine. That was mine. This must have been mine. That's mine. $161. This is mine. Print debugging. Honestly, it didn't even help me. I feel like doing the print debugging was just slowing me down the whole time. I knew you would find it. That's the great thing about computers. If there's a problem, it can be solved. Now, am I super duper confident that that is definitely a bug and a problem and I needed to do that? Yes, I actually am. I actually am. And I don't have to call start. I will keep that line for now just to verify it once it's less noisy. I can remove the timing checks there. I could remove them or I could keep them. Apparently I added a new line there. Which I guess it wasn't there before, so... Stream, polyphonic, prints on 151, 54. I needed that. It's a playback cache. This is the optimization. I can actually remove that one. 435. I can actually remove that one. Hi, Yulia. Let's hear for the music. Not really. I fixed it. I figured it out. It must be a mistake with. It must have just been an oversight when that code was written that they didn't clear that value. It's this. This line. I added that line and it worked. What was I going to delete? 435. So I don't need that timing. And I guess I can drop time from here. Actually, I'm not sure. Let me... there's definitely one other part of this that I want to... Okay, well, actually I don't need to anymore because I'm not doing it at all. So, here's the timings, right? This synthesis init was taking 500 microseconds. This one was taking like 40 to 50, so it was taking about a tenth of the time, but that's still a lot of time. The thing is, I'm skipping all of this entirely now, right? None of this is running, so I actually don't need to time that. Those are just slow, and I can't. The optimization is to call that less times. which I'm now doing. So it's good. Submit it. This one could be a pull request. It could be. I mean, this isn't actually like a micro optimization. This kind of is a big optimization. 500 milliseconds every time you hit play is kind of bad. Especially if you're using it the way I'm using it, where I'm doing like 4 or 5 sounds in literally one go. It also does have a +1 problem. If I were to play the same stream twice in a row, even though we're about to swap it out, even though it's like done and we're about to swap it out and we could reuse the same one, it's gonna initialize a second one anyway. It's not happening for me because I have enough sounds that it's really unlikely. Actually, I in fact prevent it. I stop it from happening that I play the same sound within 3 plays. And it's also really unlikely because I have like 12 or something. Right in Halo, step into my office. What do you mean step into your office? You got something to show? I figured it out. No. What does that mean? Step into my office. Why you? There's an extra line there that I should get rid of. I don't know. This one definitely feels weird because it's using memory without you knowing about it. Technically. It's creating this map and it's keeping stuff around. It's adding memory, I guess. This is adding memory use. You know, with the optimization of time. I think Battlefield 6 locked. 44. GPU fans don't even spin. Wow. I mean, honestly, like even just this one line could probably be its own commit, its own PR. Because this is kind of... I feel like this one probably is a mistake. But it only becomes a mistake when I do this. When I start reusing it. Which the code was made to never reuse it. It always creates a new one. I don't know, maybe it's actually a good one. Maybe it is actually good. But I feel like somewhere that's got to be a setting, because that's not the default. I am changing behavior. Okay. What does it look like? Am I all clean? Everything is back to the minimum changes. Adding that line, that local vector import, push back. I wanted to leave that print for now, so that I know it's still happening. Okay. Let me build it and run it again. Yeah, I don't know how I would clear that memory either. I have to drop the audio stream loaded, like the actual resource, but that stays cached as well. Godot caches that. Which means if you've loaded an audio file in the past and you played it, you're going to have these streams sitting in memory, perhaps like until you restart the game. And even like never using it again or like dropping any references to it. So yeah, eventually I only see you reusing. It's still taking a long time. Gonna be honest, that's still a lot of time. So it seems like there's still something. 100 is still too much for me, I think. But this is definitely way better. All right, let me see. I expect this would have an impact a little bit. Let's just do 25. Ooh, okay, I have to turn off the printing though, because that's going to be way too much. So I actually can't just run that. Let me comment all that stuff out. I'll leave that, that's fine. Okay. Okay, that's still gonna print a lot, but I think that's fine. That's not so bad. Wow. This is all of them. Let me do more, I guess. Alright, that was a little bit of lag. A little bit of lag there. I don't know why, I just find it so cool when I walk them over the concrete for a second and they all like go to that stepping sound. Alright, so I'm definitely dropping frames at this point. I can shoot the gun to see. Okay, it's not so bad yet. That is like definitely like quarter or half speed on that gun right now because of the lag, but also I'll definitely have to fix that at some point. The gun should not be lagging when the game lags, even though it is. Let's turn on the profiler. Oh, okay, the profiler is like really laggy. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Alright. And hopefully almost none of it now is this audio thing. Like calm summer rain hitting the window pane. Yep. Script functions, process, do pathing. Sense, movement. On footstep. Nice, yeah, that's way down now. Let me click around a bit though. What's the slowest frame? What's the slowest frame? And let me find that play sound. Play sound footstep. Alright, so this had the most calls. Did I click that right? 17 calls, 1 millisecond. Okay. This used to be at like, in like the tens. This would be up here like this group. Cool. Oh, self-time. Yeah, now it's at nothing. This used to be in like 5 milliseconds. This would have been like 5 milliseconds. So now it's like 100th of that. Isn't there a thing that's like average time? Yeah, there we go. Now it's at 0. That would have been a really high number. So if looking at average time, now the next thing to hit is this update movement. Which, I mean, I expect to be pretty bad. Why does it shrink the whole graph when I do that? Yeah, what is taking the most time now, though? So everything in physics should be staying under that line. Yep. I believe audio runs on process. Or no, it's a different thread. Okay. So it's a different thread, so that one doesn't matter. It didn't go over. Actually, it kind of is a lot. Never mind. That is kind of a lot for one frame. So I'm still thinking I need to limit it to like maybe the closest 20 sound sources played. So it's still definitely an optimization there. Because this is higher than process time. Which technically hits the, I'm assuming that the frame time waits for audio. Maybe it doesn't. Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense. This probably doesn't affect frame time at all. Actually, it even tells me if frame time is affected only by this stuff. That's still weird though. Where's the time? 60 milliseconds in script functions. Okay. So it is still me. Yeah, and primarily an update movement. Why does it do this? Why does it shrink like that? Do pathing? Do pathing takes a long time. But I think that might just be navigation, isn't it? Is it the navigation server? Didn't see anything about that. All right, well, anyway, that's that. I'm now back to movement being the slowest thing, which is understandable. Physics is pretty hard. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go drop that print from there. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we're just simply adding it to the cache and checking if it has no references. Or the only reference is its existence in the cache. And then adding that internal buffer end as -1. Which didn't seem to break anything. I mean, I feel like it should have... That's the default value when it's created. Okay. And then I'm on the right branch. Cool. Improve playback performance with cache. Added a cache list to prevent reprocessing, or I guess reallocating memory for a playback stream on every play. I guess on every instantiation. Or on every call to... Is it instantiate playback? Yep. Also, fix a possible bug revealed by the cache, which misses a line setting, what is it, internal playback end? Internal buffer end. When begin resample is called. Cool. Was that even a to-do I wrote down? I mean, I needed to do it for sure. Okay, I didn't even like mark it as a to-do for myself. All right, well, that's a good change though. It definitely had a large impact. I was running around and I could tell it was definitely running better. Even with just that. So now I think the next thing to do Right before I go any further, actually, is that one's actually done. Oh wait, these are actually done. I already finished those. Next thing, limit playback of positional footsteps to the closest 20 or something. Audio players. Playing Overwatch 2? Alright. Good luck. Too many sounds. Too many at once sounds bad, and can be a little hard on the audio server. Oh, seeing 10 millisecond times for a group of 50 with only footsteps. So that must be bad. Wrong keyboard. Wrong keyboard? You just accidentally wrote an entire sentence in a different language. Yeah, 20 seems like the right number to me. And only for footsteps. Like movement sounds. Or I guess just footsteps. On the side that stares at the keyboard. Oh. Dude, this sound thing has been like a black hole, honestly. It's kind of been a black hole. Black hole of my time. Like, what is this? I thought I fixed this. This is transform being weird. I thought I fixed that. Alright, well... Was this all just timing? Okay. That's all just timing. I don't even have anything to send here, but like update the readme. You know what you should do instead of Overwatch? Should make it so that we can drift. Finish the drifting. And then make it so we can drift into zombies and send them flying. Alright, so I can remove all this timing stuff. I know that this is... Okay, well, I still felt like it's kind of slow, to be honest. I felt like it's still slow. But it's not the worst thing right now. So it was still taking like 50 something milliseconds on some of these runs, which I don't like. I still think that's absolutely too slow. This should be instant. Like, in all seriousness, this function should be instant. It should spend no time at all here. Which I'm thinking it only takes so long because I do this for each, which is a notoriously slow way to iterate stuff. So I mean, maybe, probably, definitely that. But that would be fixed if this was just in C. If this was just written in C code, this would be gone super fast. This is definitely a language limitation. I'm thinking it's this loop here. This is really slow, and that's just a language limitation. What's still here? I still need some stuff. Alright, I'll just send that. Oh, man. Alright. It's gonna be lunchtime for me. I'm gonna get food and I'll be back in a minute. Or maybe 5 or 10. Sometimes it takes me a while. I'll be back. I'm back. How does that literally take me 10 minutes? I took the dog out, I went to the bathroom, and I heated up chicken. That's all I did. 10 minutes. Where did the time go? Alright. I've got food. I'm gonna eat. You got anything that I should watch? Send it. Preferably game trailers. I'll be right back. Forgot a fork. I'm back. I'll try with a showcase. I might find this. Maybe you do the same. Full zoom or COD movement. Definitely not. I've got the no friction bunny hopping. I'm happy with that. Although I have thought about having I do want a button to walk slower, but I don't know if I want any crouch or anything like that. Oh, thanks, Adblock. Find this neat. Oh, okay. It's spelled with an A. That neat is like someone who's inside all day. It's an acronym, it stands for something. World of Dogs movement. World of Dogs. Yeah, definitely not that much. I mean, but how are you supposed to hit anybody in this game? Like, there is too much. How are you supposed to hit anybody? If it's a multiplayer game? That's ridiculous, though. You're Spider-Man with rocket boots. Was he just shooting a gun? He's just using the gun. That's a bit extreme. Shooting, like, I guess like a rail into the wall and then hooking onto the wall. I watched it on the wrong account. Damn it. I'm gonna play it again. One more run. The part where you can grab the missile to redirect it is pretty cool. Also, I didn't even see this before. He's parrying bullets. Okay. That's crazy. Just parrying bullets. Crazy. That part wasn't even movement. That was just like, oh, by the way, you can parry bullets. Wait. I didn't see that right. What did he do? Huh? What is he doing? Is he throwing his gun in front of him? Literally, what is he doing? He what? No way. Throw your gun, kick it, and then he grabs his gun. Is that right? Yeah? Okay. I thought I guess I wasn't paying enough attention. I thought when he did that, he shot a bolt into the wall. And I'm not sure why he swapped his hands around. Like maybe he had to swap his hands out so he could like grab it. Never mind. That's just weird. I mean, I guess it's cool. Run out of bullets, throw your gun at them, grab it back, and then throw it at them again. Very cool. And so the one time I accidentally watched Super on this account, it still keeps recommending his videos. That is really cool. I really like the parry bullet mechanic. I think that's probably the coolest thing out of that movement showcase. The fact that you can kick bullets back at your enemies. I have not played Ultra Kill. I think I've seen maybe a minute of gameplay of it. I've never played it though. Redirect the bullet with a coin. Someone's got to have like a slow-mo video of that, right? Where they show a ricochet. Definitely not off a coin, of course. Unless it was a lead coin. Then maybe. A 2D, 3D RPG. You know what? You know what I'll find right now? Before I play this? I'm not even sure if I can find it, honestly. I'm really not even sure if I can find it. Alright, I gotta say Dragman channel. Thanks. Not on this account. I'm looking for. I don't know, just RPG Maker 3D. Okay, all caps. Oh, there it is. This is the guy. Oh my god. This is an RPG Maker. I really want to see oh, it's still being continued, jeez. Because I saw this and I was like 2 years old. I'm like, oh, well, probably a dead project. I think he's mentioned how he does this. Maybe. I don't know. I think at one point he mentioned how the plugin is available. Is this is their plugin? Or is it just a plugin that he's using? Because I remember looking specifically trying to find 3D stuff, not his. Really? Oh, okay. Damn, alright. I thought this was like an original thing. And he was making it. Yeah, this is cool though. This will be next. That'll be next. Because I was actually like interested in this and seeing like how it was because it looked really good. Yeah, like I said, I was looking for actual 3D plugins. I found nothing but that video. The only thing I could find was just like different game engines entirely. Yeah, this is a little loud. A little loud. Oh, that's nice. I'm actually seeing what they're doing. Ooh. Why is the YouTube is lying to me? This is not 1080p enhanced. That is straight up not. Oh, okay. Recorded in 480, uploaded in 1080. Oh wait, now it looks good. Now it doesn't. Weird. The animations here, these are 2D assets, and they have 3D animations. Let me watch this slower. You can really see it here. What happens? It looks really smooth. I'm assuming it's actually moving the pixels. Oh, maybe it is. Never mind. I thought the pixels were moving. It could still be like manual frames, like those frames are human made, I guess. And I don't mean to say that as in like AI, I mean like procedural animation. There's ways that you can set up an asset for 2D that makes it look 3D. Which is what I was wondering if that's what this was. It's a 2D asset that they basically just draw like the front and the side profile maybe, and then everything in between is procedural. MV3D, whole devlogs on YouTube for this game. Or the plugin, you mean? Or this game? You're probably talking about this game. Yeah, it looks like it's all drawn, which is pretty cool. That he got a 3D to look 3D like that. It was good music too. I want to see what this water looks like. Jumped a little bit too high up. You can't see him actually land. A little too high for the video. Particles when he lands. There's a smooth transition. It's warped. Wow, he did not spend much time in there at all. This looks so good though. Here, watching the goblin move. This like deflect he does that he does not show. Like I can actually do frame by frame analysis to see it. Like that's really good. So they definitely have actual skeletons and they're animated, like in 3D space. And then they slap textures on top of that. Picking from like a rotation, I'm assuming. Like this was really cool. This one was also pretty cool. And he shoots the arrow at him, so he's deflecting. It looks so good. It's really weird how nice that looks. Because he's got the head texture is also rotating this way at the same time as playing through its turn, its individual frames. Very cool. Very cool. All right, I also want to see this because I actually cared about this, so, and I just remembered it from that other one. I have no idea if this is actually good or not. First time I'm watching it. I say 2022.
それはバリサイト大陸における重要なエネルギー源であり
Voice acting?
果てなき空も無限に広がる大地もマナの影響を受けているかつてこの大陸で行われた魔の戦争の余波によりマナの異常がひどくなり
Yeah, like how do you do this in how do you do that in RPG
大きな
Maker?
変化が起こりつつある
Literally how?
この先
Those have to be actual models, right? Those are actual 3D models? Yeah, they gotta be.
予測することはできないがしかしこれだけは信じている未来は変えられるとただいまより空行船はマナ流圏区域に入ります各員警戒してください
各船進路そのまま
空騎士隊の皆さんは最終巡回をお願いします
みんな本船からの命令が届いたこれより最終巡回を行う終了次第おのおのの船に戻って待機するように了解
I'm assuming this is the start of the game. I don't know if I mentioned that.
マナ嵐が近いよ近頃頻度がどんどん上がってる気がする船団の前の方に行ってみよう今回は大所帯だな何としても船団の安全を守らねば前方にあるのはロードたちの空港船か巡回が終わったら様子を見に行ってみようもうすぐゼノール海域ついにあの場所にたどり着いてしまうのか
It says this is a... Well, I mean, it says demo. It may not mean demo. That might just mean a... That might just be a language thing. This video is from 2022.
ここはマナの変動が激しく戦いが長引くと危険だ空気はもう長く持たない
That was neat. The screen zoomed in during the attack. Look at the borders. Maybe that's just a shake effect, and that's all it could do. Just move the whole thing around. Interesting. This is like how, what is this? I can't remember what this combat system is, but you basically have a timer. The bar fills up, then you can perform an action, and the enemy also has that as well. So so everyone's always attacking.
トワイライトギア
一気に行こう
Cool. 2022? Really? This guy's been working on this for 5 years. And that's what it looked like 3 years ago. Jeez. I'm gonna get high till I'm looking forward to this. Alright, well, lunch is over. I'll be right back. I'm back. What did I eat? I just had some chicken tenders. And that was it. Alright, where I'm at. I think I need this limiter. I need to limit how many of these are near the player at once. So I'm wondering if I put that in here, and play will just... I can't just silence it. I need to like stop the play from happening entirely. Chicken, you should be vegan? No. Why do I call play when I do stop? I do start, stop, and then start again. What is that? Why do I call start? It's good for you. It's not good for you. It's actually not. There's literally stuff that your body needs that you only get from meat. No, maybe there's a case to be made about like reducing how much meat you have, but not to 0. Why does it call start? That's got to be a mistake. That can't be right. What? Actually, you know what? I think it is right. No, it's not right. What? Why do I do that? Oh, no. I know why. I know why. I should definitely document it though, but I remember why. No, I'll leave it like that. Yeah. Just that. That's all I need. And I'm just gonna commit that comment. What am I doing? Yeah. Just add comments. Okay. Now how can I prevent these from running when they are... How can I do this? I just want the closest 20 to run. Why using Godot instead of Raylib? What are these questions? I mean, I just can't answer that. This is nerd sniping, isn't it? You're nerd sniping me? That's what you're doing. Now I can't like focus on what I'm doing because I keep thinking about how to answer this question. I'm being nerd sniped. Okay. That's crazy. You stunned me. Dude, I'm totally... Oh my god. I must be a nerd. I must be. If just that question just like totally threw me off, then... Well. It's the same person with 5 different accounts. What? What are you doing? Okay. How do I? I know how I can do it. I can hack it in super easy, but I'm not gonna do that. I need to know where this happens. I could... Okay, so someone has to know... Someone has to know which number of the closest sounds to me I want to play, right? For a group, right? So this audio player has a group like character walk, right? So that's probably what I'll do. I'll say play the closest 20 character walk positional audio players. No more than 20, just the closest 20. And probably also some distance on top of that. So if they're like really far away, don't play them at all. Right? Disable them. I mean, what does disabling even look like? Is it calling stop on it? I guess so. Actually, no, that doesn't actually stop it because I restart it. Right. So essentially when it goes out of range, I would call stop. And then I would not play sound on it if it's out of range. Who asked the question? Maybe this one asked the question. And when I call play, it says, all right, am I like a limited type, I guess? Am I limited? What's my limiting group? That's probably a good question, right? A limit number. And it's going to ask somebody, all right, probably global world. Am I one of the closest this number of nodes with this group? I mean, that can't be every play though. So that would still be quite laggy because we're checking a lot. Oh, maybe what I can do is I get them an area. So when something enters some distance of the player, it turns on its sounds. Okay, that doesn't handle the closest 20 though. I guess I could limit it to physics process. So in physics process, I'm checking like maybe every 5 ticks if I'm the closest some number, and then disabling myself if I'm not. That probably works, right? Like every second I check. This could also be reusable, because the concept is really abstract. It's just asking the question, am I the closest X number? Am I within the closest X number of nodes of this group? To who? I guess the current camera. I guess the who in that question is the current camera. This could also possibly be handled by Global World entirely. So on ready, I would just say, hey, Global World, disable me if I am not the closest this number to the camera in this group. So this means that if the current camera ever changes, then Global World will say, Global World has an access to these nodes to say, okay, let's update instantly, right? Or like if the current camera position changes too much too quickly, then we update. But now that would be something like out here. Be like a proximity node 3D that only processes when it's close to the player. Or not that it only processes, but that like the play function could just be ignored, or character base could check like, hey, is movement audio player processing? And if we are, then we can call it. Let me think about this. Is there another... I mean, honestly, it applies directly to the zombies, too. The zombies would like to do less when they are further away from the player. Definitely. And kind of in groups. So, like, maybe always the closest Tony zombies, max processing, within some distance. Once we reach a certain distance, we maybe cut the processing in half or really low. We could definitely do like large deltas. So when zombies are far away, their physics processing ticks goes to like maybe once every 5 ticks, or even like once every some number of ticks. And then they get called their physics process with a large delta. So they still like maintain like the same average motion, like movement. So if I'm on the other side of the town, zombies that are like doing some schedule, their timing should still work out that they like continue the schedule like normal. Oh, there's a lot of like little optimizations I can make. And yeah, I don't have to engineer this right now, like an abstract class that does this. But I will do a little bit. I think there's a good need for the world for me to be able to ask the question like, am I one of the closest 20 nodes in this group? And how do I know what's the closest? Without iterating through every single node, because that would be slow. I could place an area 3D or something like that to reduce, to like limit the size, and then use the physics process tick to ask like, all right, give me all the nodes in this group or in this area. I can make it better later, right? I already know that I can definitely do a little bit now, so okay, I'm gonna do this. It'll be like get nodes in group, but it'll be like get closest nodes in group, and I give it a certain node. And then I can just check, am I the closest? Or am I one of the closest? Right. So I guess I can just start by saying, do that, and then iterate through, or I would sort them with a custom function. Got like hair on me or something. It's weird. A node 3D, B node 3D. And this returns true if A should come before B, right? Actually, let me just take a vector 3. stuff that can get a job on Walmart. On Walmart. So I need a tick time here. We'll just say every, yeah, 60 is pretty good. Yeah, less than 0, right? Yeah. And then I will get the closest nodes. To what is it? Camera, viewport, camera, global position. Within 20, and I'll just say sound. Character move. Character move, cool, yeah. If self is in closest, I guess I'll just do self as closest. Then I say limiter, is too far, sure. Everything starts as true until we check. Nah, it'll start as false. Well, start as true. We'll leave it as 0. So we start right away. And then we go back to 60. Closest has... Closest? What? Closest has self. It's too far. False. Else is too far is true. And then when I do play, if is too far, return. All right, how's that? How does that do? Attempts to call a method on a placeholder instance. What? Huh? Oh. Right. Don't Yeah, what? Don't do this. Wait, what? Positional audio player isn't a script. Wait, I'm so confused. It's not a tool. Huh? Hop on Overwatch? Nope. Should hop on zombie game. Why is it happening? From where, man? From where? I mean, it's calling it every second, so it's calling it from here. But why is it doing that? What? What do you mean placeholder instance? Pass, thanks? Okay. What does this mean? What is it talking about? What is it talking about? What? This one doesn't do anything. Or does it? What if I put 10 in there? What happens? Okay, so it's literally just... Oh, now it's running here. Dude, what are we doing? What are we doing? How is this physics processing? This is not a tool. I'm so... Alright. Godot, you're drunk. You're drunk. That's just not true. It's not a tool. That's not a real error. That's just not a real error. It's not supposed to be doing physics process in the editor. And it can't be a placeholder instance when I launch the game. Those are two untrue things. And first of all, it should be... How do I have 100? What the fuck is happening? Actually, what is going on? Why is this running? What? I'm so confused. Who is calling this? No one should be calling this. That makes no sense. This is not a tool. This shouldn't be running. Someone has to be calling somehow. Someone's calling this. No, you can't, man, because I'm saying push error and it's not doing it. Are you serious? Variant utility... What? What is going on? Physics process doesn't run like that. It's not a tool. It shouldn't be running. And I'm just getting a really stupid error. Print stack. Just... This isn't a tool. It's not a tool. It shouldn't be running. This isn't a tool. Like, that error would happen. Like, what? That error should be happening from player. It should be like, oh, this positional audio player is a placeholder instance. You can't call physics process on it. But no, it's getting down here and doing it. That's actually just the weirdest thing I've ever seen. That shouldn't be happening. That literally shouldn't be happening. It should not be running physics process on something that's not defined as a tool. Honestly, it shouldn't be doing it at all in physics process. And I don't hear anything. No, I don't hear anything. That's so weird. That's just so weird. That is so weird. That is so weird. Also, when we're ready, we should actually put ourselves in that group, so... What does this do? Okay. I've never seen that before. Still not working. Okay. Let's see this then. Who's running first? Probably mine, right? Weapon. Yep. That's my gun. It's right there. Right next to the camera target. Let's go in here. We got all the nodes in the group. There should be one node. There's 0 nodes. Oh. Well, I guess I actually expected that. So let me hit continue. Now we're looking at movement sound. And we should be in the group. It should not. Sound character move 0. Okay. Let's wait till we do this. Oh, very next play. Group zombie target. What? Oh, yeah, take that off. Okay. Zombie target. Nope. There we go. Sound character move, which I am out here. Nice. Multi-group zombie target. Wait, that's like incorrect. What? Oh, if it's only one, this should be calling get nodes in group. Well. I can fix that later. I will leave it to do though. Okay, so I expect this to return something. Nodes. Empty. Really? The group is sound character move. Oh, is it? I know what it is. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. This should just be character move. Because the groups of this are... just player move, character move. Cool. Alright, there is one. It is player movement. Which is kind of weird, but oh well. Alright. Why is there a highlight at my feet? What is that? Why is that highlighted? I guess because I had it selected there. Alright. Let's see how this does. I don't hear this guy. Man, why don't I hear these guys? Oh, their movement is not added to the group, is it? That's probably why. They're not in the group. Yep. Character move and... Oh. Zombie move? May as well. Here they come. Whoa, that was a big stutter. Can I make that happen again? I'm not really sure what that stutter was. My gun no longer works. Well, I mean, the gun sound didn't work before because I did the same. I did very hacky right now. Seems to be working though. Doesn't sound that bad when I cross the group here. So laggy. It's getting pretty bad. Oh, it's chugging. Oh my god, it's dying. This is so laggy. Jeez. Alright. Lag free. Games about killing the zombies before they kill your PC? Yeah. Check Discord. What will I find on Discord? Horrible things. Okay. So many zombies. And the gun still doesn't work. Oh wait, they're all still trying to move. I can hear them walking from here. That's really loud. The dude is sliding. What is he doing? You want to get there very badly. Oh man. Okay. I looked. You hear them all shuffling. Why am I stuck? Wait, why am I... My mouse isn't technically on the... Okay. It's doing this thing again where it like doesn't have key. Wait. How long has that been muted? Did I just mute that? I'm so confused. What? When did I mute? I'm actually really disturbed. When did I mute? What? I'm gonna open my stream and go back and see when I muted. Because I'm trying to think, when did I mute? And I have no idea. I can't see. Thanks, Twitch. I'm not allowed to scroll back on my own stream. I'm like really adamant when I sit down and I look at it and I'm like making sure it's not muted. How did that get muted? Because that would have been when I left to just put my dish away. It was less than 20 minutes ago. You know what? I'm gonna say that OBS just randomly muted it. I have no idea why it was muted. Because 20 minutes ago it wasn't muted. And I don't think I got up to do anything. It just muted. I do have a hotkey for that, but it doesn't work. And I think it's like F9 or something. Let me get rid of that hotkey then, whatever it is. Wait, no, I don't have a hotkey for that. I don't. The hotkey that I did set up doesn't even show up anymore. So I already got rid of that. For a scene. It must have just I don't know. I'm really curious about that. Unfortunately, I can't easily scroll back and look to see when that happened. Because I don't know how that happened. Okay, maybe it happened when I was like dragging a window over and I just got really unlucky and I happened to click that button to turn off my audio. And I just didn't realize it. It must have just happened. Okay. It definitely happened within the last 20 minutes. Alright, but I'm gonna get water. I will be right back. I'm back. I have no idea how it happened. I think it must have happened when I was dragging a window to from my other screen, and I like clicked the button just perfectly on the mute button. Okay. There's kind of an issue here where these can be invalid. This return nodes. So how would I check that they are still valid? Is freed? Maybe? I guess I'm gonna look at queue free and it probably tells me how do I check. Will be deleted. Was called for the object. Well, how do I check if it's still valid? Alright, let me just look at free. Okay, not there. All right. Checking the references with the is instance valid will return false. Okay. Is instance valid. That's what I do. Otherwise I do what? I guess I can do this. Actually, no. No. How do I delete this while iterating? I guess I use an index. No, I can't do that. Erasing elements while iterating over is not supported. Okay. That was a terrible mumbling. Actually, I think I can do nodes reduce. Ah. What does this return? Wait, what does this return? Never mind. Filter. Stupid. All right, I'm gonna do it this way. Huh? No. No, that's crazy. Var I int 0 while I is less than for node in nodes. This guy said 2 hours. Okay. You know what? Let me just say this. Let me just not do that. This is still probably fine. A little bit of an optimization, I guess. Sparing something. But when I call assign here, for node in get nodes in group, I will do if node is instance of node 3D nodes append node. Cool. Okay. Error fixed. That fixes it. So when did that start happening? That started happening after I was just killing a bunch of them, really. So that's my plan. Making a big body pile here. Why are they going over there? Are they stupid? Yes, they are. This is so weird. How they're moving. The footsteps is off. I mean, they're literally perfectly synced, but the sound effects itself, not the sync. I mean, they're a bit loud, I think. I would have expected to be getting those errors popping up again, but they're not, so I must have fixed it. Right? That's what that means, I fixed it. Weapon cannot load, this is a mistake. Interesting. Like what? Super confused. Okay, well, I fixed that. That's not a real change. That is a real change. So we can go ahead and make sure that's put in there. Cool. Now it's only that line. Environment. Silly. World. Not real. Bit of modification there. I deleted an empty line and replaced it with that. I guess let me put that empty line back then. Okay, closest nodes. Limiter tick time is too far. Okay. So let me make this configurable now. So I will say, I guess I have a group here. I'll call it limitations? I don't know. One second. Limit enabled. And then I will say, 0 would disable it. 50 is a fine value or greater. The number of closest nodes in the same group in the given group number of closest nodes in the given group that this node must be to play sounds. If there are, yeah, to play sounds. Yeah. Set to 0 to disable. Okay. Group to check when limiting by closest nodes in I'm having soup right now. Very busy. Okay. Very busy. Oh man, I'm so tired. I think I gotta call it after I send this. So add to groups, and then I will also add to group the limit enabled and limit closest group, and limit closest group count is greater than 0. Actually, I guess I would just do this. Yeah, just say if limit closest, okay. Limit enabled and limit closest group, then I will add it to the group. Okay. Now, if limit enabled, we'll do a function. Just making a function, whatever. Update limit. If it is greater than or equal to 0, I am done. The way I set it to this. And then I need the tick rate. Tick time, I guess. Say 60. Why not 120? Limiter tick time is equal to limit tick time. Closest in the limit closest group with the limit closest count. Okay. So now I can do this check here. Limitation enabled. Closest group. This should actually be under player. Ooh. Limit to the closest players. So this one will always play for me. It's not being checked. Maybe I pull this one out of character move and just leave it on player move. I'll leave it. This one, movement, sound, limitation, closest 20. Let's even say 25 actually. Zombie move. No, this will just be a character move. Nah, it'll be zombie move. Oh, source node. Forgot to assign that. Cool. Limit enabled, player move. Limit enabled. Zombie move, 25. Just got the source node now. Also, is the bus not set? What? How is that not set? It's master. It's supposed to be character. Gosh. I'm dumb. Okay, it's all set up now correctly. So crap. Doing that. Cool. Global world, we got some modifications. New method. That's not configurable. Okay. Now for the test. That's crunchy. Some crunchy sound. is way harder for these guys to walk on terrain, or at least taxing on my system for them to be on terrain than it is on the flat ground. Wow. Lag. So why is this one like turned off though? This one shouldn't be turned off. Cool. So that should have brought sound back though. I'm not sure why it didn't. Why did it not bring sound back? Is too far is true. Okay. Even the stream was lagging? No. No. Jeez. I'm just like actually kind of playing it right now. Alright, since I have some stuff here, I can kind of hear them. Can I lose them? I want to lose these guys. Okay, well, I mean, if I run really fast, I can lose them. Alright, so I just ran in here. Oh. I lost them a bit in a way that I didn't think I should have lost them. But I mean, if they have hearing and probably better eyesight, then it's going to be harder to lose them. I also probably shouldn't be using the speed stuff either. It's probably a little bit overpowered. I like that I can hear them right behind me. They're like actually just right behind me. Yeah, how do I get away from these guys without the speed stuff? I have made them like very slightly slower than you. But like I'm not losing these guys. Like it's not enough that I can just like completely outrun them. Like, I gotta cut these corners pretty sharp. Oh. They're like right on me. Just go around in circles until like I can... I mean, I'm slowly outpacing them. Very slowly though. Yeah, then I have this. This is kind of an issue that I can't, I mean, actually, they should have gone around the corner. Yeah, I should just be able to walk right behind these guys. Nice. I lost a couple of them. Just with a quick enough turn. Ooh, I'm only down to one guy now. Okay. Who's over here? I must have lost some of them over here, right? No. Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, you can, how do those guys not see me? One of them does. Oh, they do see me. Nice. Okay. They still have really weird navigation that I really don't like, that I'm definitely gonna have to go into whatever nav code they have and fix that. Because they definitely have there's definitely some strange navigation bugs on the system. It seems like they favor sitting on edges for some reason. Like they must like decay down to 0 cost in some cases. Because sometimes they'll, instead of going like 2 steps forward, they will go like 10 meters out and 10 meters back along like some edge. And just then they were absolutely not taking the closest path to me. They were just like jumping randomly side to side on the sidewalk. The AI needs so much work, it terrifies me the amount of work that needs. I mean, that's just navigation. They're pretty smart just with eyesight already. Okay, but yeah, I think I can send that. And then I'm gonna end. Cool. Congrats on fixing Godot, submit that. I will look into it. I think I have another, I think actually, yeah, I do have a current pull request. No updates on it though. At least it doesn't seem like there were updates on it. I don't know what it is. Mine. Author me. Yeah, nothing. This is just really. This is like a nothing change though. Just deleting a line that doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I need to like ask. They did add it to the 4-5 milestone though, which I think that means they're gonna take it. They just are waiting to pull it. Pretty sure the milestone means they're gonna add it or accept it in the future. Okay. Yeah, Discord, I have to, there's apparently some other chat that they use that I have to go to. Because I do think I should ask them about this change for caching the, OGG Vorbis streams. Or I guess it's technically just the OG streams. They use Vorbis. Okay, is this, anything here that I wanted? Nope. I'm definitely out of it right now. Yep, and that's it. Okay. Let me actually look at that again. I should really make sure I'm not doing anything nuts. Yeah, I think it's good. Add limit for positional. Can configure settings to limit only the closest X number of players to the camera in a specific group. Never ask on Discord or Reddit. Ask AI. It's a less useless reply. You know, you're probably not incorrect about that. That's done. I don't remember this. Oh well. Is that all done? I'll just send this change. Okay, that's gonna be it for me today. I'm tired now. Plenty of code for me. Fortunately, I got that audio loading thing fixed, which is really nice. Really nice. Alright. Yep. Nothing done. I got a lot done. It did take me half the stream to figure that one out, though. Dude, I'm clocked out. That's it. Alright, thanks for watching. Goodbye. I'll be back tomorrow.